All right, it is 8:59. Let's get started. Ohio Business Enterprise Program, the premier career opportunity for Ohioans who are blind and the service provider of choice for its customers. Let's start with the roll call. The question of the day is, if you were given one day to spend with anybody in the world you would like, past or present, famous or not famous, who would that person be? And I'll go to my left, Annette.
Well, the first one that jumped into mind was my Lord Jesus Christ, but I'm going to exempt him because he's already with us. So I'm going to say my dad. I'd like to spend another day with him.
Nice.
Frank Bergassa, Cincinnati representative, and I have no idea.
Dwayne Burkholder, Toledo alternate, and I'm going to say my wife Cheryl.
Aww.
He wants a ride home.
He does.
John McNamara, Cleveland rep. Too many missing to name just one.
Dave Burgassa, Cincinnati alternate, and I don't really know either.
Sheila Lauer, Dayton. My dad.
Yeah.
Melissa Straight, Columbus operator, and it'd be my dad or grandma. They both lived with one for years.
Chris. Oh, of course. I was Christopher Saban, OVRC secretary. I'm not really 100% sure who I want to spend time with, so I could take a few people.
Yvette Shackford, Dayton area alternate, and it'd be my dad.
Keith Trammell, Dayton representative. I like to spend time with myself.
Get to know yourself a little better.
Your dream has come true.
I love it.
Demetria Johnson, OOD, assistant legal counsel. I would like to spend one day with my grandfather.
Orville Short, BE area manager for Columbus, Cincinnati, and Dayton. And I'm looking forward. I mean, there's a lot of people I would love to spend time with who is no longer with me.
Lindsay McKinney, the training manager. I'd say my grandpa.
Sally Nunes, area manager, my grandparents.
Christy Howe, program manager, my dad.
Berna King, acting deputy director, and my mom.
Maria Seaman, OOD's chief fiscal officer, and I grew up without grandparents, so maybe I'd like to meet one of them. Mr. Chair, Seth.
Oh.
Ryan, just watching.
Would you like to announce yourself, Seth?
Oh, sure.
Seth Ryan.
The question of the day is, if you were given one day to spend with anybody in the world, past or present, famous or not famous, who might that be? Derek Newfarth, Zanesville representative. My answer would change to this every single day, but today it would be Walt Whitman. Can we read the participants on the phone?
I do, if you like.
Yeah, and if we know their title, that would be helpful for Chris as well, the secretary.
Catherine Jacoby, she is BE in Columbus. Jeffrey Pilecki, he is the consultant in Toledo. Kelsey Burrier, consultant in Akron. Anne Marie Mosley, consultant in Cleveland. Ralph Iman is the new AP, and Michelle Kazar?
Michelle Kazar.
She's the AAG.
That's it.
Welcome back, Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph, welcome back. Approval of the 10/18/24 meeting minutes. Does anybody have any recommended corrections?
No corrections? Accepted as, approved as presented then. OVRC motions and BSVI responses. Anybody want to talk about any of that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Annette.
I do think we should talk about the one about the secondary highway locations. It was not approved. I understand, I guess, why it wasn't approved, because we don't want to be rushed in doing this. But I do want to say I'm kind of disappointed that if we would have started on this way back when the committee first started talking about it, well over a year ago, we would be ready to do this in March or April, when the contract runs out. So because of us not acting on it when it should have been acted on, it's going to cost our program a year's worth of sales to operators, whether they be sites, facilities, or whatever, into operators' pockets. We have plenty of money. We could have done it now, but so just kind of say I'm kind of disappointed, but I understand why we have to wait.
Any other motions or recommendations, discussion? All right, I had one request for public comment. Are there any others?
I have one.
Okay, anybody else? John, go for it.
Not even sure if this is the right place. I want to talk about the temps I'm running, specifically the 4 colleges I currently have: Mansfield, Worcester, Orville, and Salem. Currently, after speaking with Kelsey, there's no real plan for those in the future to combine them with anything. They are kind of out of the way. They're not close to anything. I have the sales for each one for the last 3 months. And just real quick, what I'd like to propose is that we put them out as site attachments to see what interest there is at this point. If nobody bids on them, then I'll keep temping them, but I would like to at least give people a chance, because there's nothing else going to happen with them. They are what they are right now. And Mansfield, this is August through October 31st. Total sales for Mansfield was $8,200. Salem, total sales were $2,500. Orville, total sales were $1,500, and Worcester's total sales for the 3 months were $6,300. So every single one of them makes a profit. Like I said, I don't want to give them up if nobody else wants them, but I think they should go out of site attachments. That's my comment.
I think we can talk about that later today.
Okay.
Yep. Christie?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind everyone, this beneficial ownership information that we've sent out back in January, there's been a lot of stuff nationally about it. That's where you have to go in, you have to register. I know that there's a lot of confusion on who's supposed to register, who's not. I really suggest that people research it. You know, I know that if you're an LLC, if you are a C or S Corp, that, you know, it's pretty clear that you have to register. If you're not one of those, I would still research it. They are talking about serious penalties, like $550 a day, starting in January. There was, and it came up on a national call, there was a lawsuit, Alabama or Mississippi, one of the southern states, where a judge did kind of put a hold on it, but just for the plaintiffs, not nationally. But there's fear on a national Randolph-Shepard level that people are like, oh, we don't have to do it right now because there was a lawsuit filed. And that's not true. And I'll tell you, every time I'm on a national call, they're mentioning this. And I don't want to see anyone get penalized. The other thing, and I'll tell you, and it came up here, there are issues. It's, again, not the user-friendliest thing, but when you try to upload, I guess you have to upload a picture, like a state ID, when you upload a JPEG of a state-issued ID, it says that the file is too big and it has to be converted to a PDF in order to be able to be submitted successfully. That came from one of the BEP directors nationally. And we've sent this out a number of times. I just want to put it on everyone's radar, and that's it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what was that called again?
It's called the beneficial ownership information, or beneficial ownership. And we did send that out back, I think in February or March. I could send that same email back out to everyone as a reminder.
Mr. Chair?
It was last month.
Yes, Chris.
Yes, as secretary, could I have a copy of that information as well? I don't remember seeing that in January, but of course I was not in the, shall we say, the best position to access information in January of 2024. So if you could send that out to me as well, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Nat.
I would assume that this is something that if operators needed assistance, that their consultants would help them with. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And if anybody gets stuck with a $550 a day penalty, the program can cover that as well?
Mr. Chair, no. And no one can write that off on their MORs either. It's not one of the, it's been asked actually. No.
Any other public comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Keith.
I'm with you, but I'm at a little lost. Is that where you're talking about doing the double your password thing?
No, Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
that's
that's,
what I'm asking.
yeah, Mr. Chair, great question, Keith. That's totally different. That's with that's gonna be the duo stuff for you guys to go in and file with OHID and to file your taxes, file MORs. That's, they keep on kicking the can back on when this is. This is a national thing that, there's a database, and it's my understanding only law enforcement has access to it, that ensures that any small business, and I think it's less than 50 employees, that they can track, that to ensure that there's no drugs, terrorist money laundering. That's my understanding what this law is. And so, and it's for any small business. And again, the national Randolph Shepherd people are like, it's created a lot of confusion. And it is not user-friendly, but, if you can do it, it's my understanding, you do it once, it's like, and then you're in this database that only law enforcement has access to. But the deadline, I think, is December 31st for it to be in January. I did send the original one in January or February, and I've sent some other ones. I will resend this information out.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
For most people, if you have a tax preparer, they could not file your taxes this past year in 2024 without one of those being on file if you're an LLC. So check with your tax preparer if you have one.
Thank you.
Okay, any further public comment? Everybody on the committee should have received an email from me that Dean Hamilton asked me to send, which was a proposed amendment to our bylaws. And the procedure is that the chair reads said amendment. It was sent out prior to 10 days before the meeting, which is the first requirement. The next is that the chair reads the proposed amendment, and then if anybody would like to make a motion, they may do so, and if it's seconded, then there could be discussion, and then for it to be adopted or for the amendment to be made to the bylaws, there would have to be a 2/3 affirmative vote. So I will read that now, and it says, prior to any vote of the OVRC to accept or reject a new rule or policy, or to amend an existing rule or policy, the OVRC members must receive the proposed language in writing at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting where the proposed rule or policy is to be considered. This does not preclude the active participation of the OVRC and the Bureau of Services for the Visually Impaired in the drafting or consideration of possible policy or rule language. And that's Dean Hamilton's proposal. And Dean Hamilton isn't here today, regrettably. He's got some family illnesses that kept him from being here. But if somebody wants to make a motion, they may do so. Otherwise, I'm sure we'll come back around to it next meeting. Okay, hearing nothing, we're going to juggle the agenda around a little bit. Maria is here to assist us with one agenda item, and she needs to move on. So we will go ahead and move up to the BE cash balance. And Christy asked for this, so I'll let her take that on.
You want me to?
You can, and then I can fill in at the
All right.
end, like for example.
We'll tag team a little bit. So, good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Maria Seaman. I am OOD's Chief Fiscal Officer. Thanks for allowing me to be here today and to talk with you a little bit about the financial position of the Business Enterprise Program. So, we have really good news to share that this program is fiscally strong. We believe that this program has made a full recovery from the effects of the pandemic, and then some. Just to remind you, back in at the start of federal fiscal year 2022, or I think it was 2023, this program had a cash balance of $230,000. That was obviously devastating effects of the pandemic that affected this program probably more than any other of our programs here at OOD because of just the immediacy of your customers drying up when people weren't traveling, they weren't visiting rest areas, colleges and universities had shut down, government workers all went home. And so we saw a huge drop in the service charge that we receive every month from this program. Back in 2022, the average monthly service charge that we received was $46,000. This year this past federal fiscal year in 2024, on average, the service charge monthly receipts were around $75,000 a month. So that cash balance that was hit a very low point of $230,000 is now sitting at about $1.2 million for this program. So that's really, really good news for this program. We believe, and this is where Christy can kind of jump in a little bit, is certainly the efforts of all of the operators to run profitable facilities has certainly helped in those efforts as you rebuilt your businesses following the pandemic. The modernization, we believe, that's going on is helping with revenues for the various locations, providing more attractive machines with newer technology, less breakdowns, fewer repairs that are needed. The branding that has been done also, helps customers understand the business owners and this amazing program that their purchases support. Every time I'm in a rest area with my family, I'm always making sure to point out that my agency has something to do with this business here, and by patroning them, that we support blind entrepreneurs. So that's I think that brand really does help. And you may or not know, but the state of Ohio sort of underwent this whole rebranding that you now see on all of our state items, letterhead, signage, everything. So the branding, I think, certainly helps with recognition of the program, and then expansion. So we've had a good opportunity for expansion in this program over the last couple of years. So Christy, I don't know if you kind of want to review some of that.
Sure. Mr. Chair, Cleveland State, we've expanded. We've expanded, KSU, colleges and universities. We've increased the business at the University of Cincinnati with the inclusion of beverages. I saw one of the operators this week had a banner month last month. We continue to go through our list. We're going on to the University of Toledo next year. Our expansion of 2 more facilities at Ohio State. So, and Tri-C, yep. So yes, we've done some great expansion.
So the cash balance in 2024 alone increased by over $400,000. So we'll talk a little bit in a little while about sort of what we do with that. And so just to kind of remind everyone that, during the pandemic, we worked with the Office of Budget and Management, and we were able to secure for this program COVID relief funds that covered product losses for things, product that was lost during the pandemic because it wasn't sold and expired. We've also been assuming the cost of leadership for this program for the last few years. And then, of course, the modernization of BE equipment. That will ultimately cost OOD $6 million. So it's a 3-year project costing $3 million, and that was an investment that Director Miller really wanted to make into this program. We knew a lot of the machines were aging, and, in order to compete for business, you need to have modern machines and, be able to use modern technology for your customers. So that project we anticipate will continue to increase service charge that will boost the availability of services to support, or the availability of funds to support current facilities as well as additional expansion opportunities as they arise. So that's really good news, I think, for this program. So then looking ahead, right now we are in the biennial budget cycle. So we have submitted our budget to the Office of Budget and Management as an agency. That will undergo review and analysis and discussion, which will ultimately result in introduction of our, the state's biennial budget that will begin next July. Governor DeWine and his administration will introduce that budget by generally the second week of February, and then we'll see where things are at. We have some other unknowns, though, within our agency as a whole. The Federal Vocational Rehabilitation Grant, which supports this program in part, has been flat funded for the last couple of years. And whether or not you follow the federal budget, I don't know how you couldn't, if you read the news, that oftentimes we teeter up to and are threatened with a federal government shutdown. And when the federal government doesn't pass a full budget, our funding is metered out in little bits that only take us to it. So right now, we only have a federal budget and we're only funded through December 21st of this year. The outcome of the election, obviously will affect what's going on in Washington with regard to the budget. So, we have to wait and watch and see and deal with a lot of unknowns as we continue to move forward as an agency, which includes this program. So in this time of uncertainty with our VR funding, our agency has to balance the use of matchable funds across all of our programs. As you know, the DUI funds that we receive for individuals that lose their license because of a DUI, when the court decides to restore their license, they're required to pay a license reinstatement fee of $475, of which OOD receives $75. That used to be a very robust source of revenue for our agency that we used to match our VR grant. Unfortunately, fortunately, it's a bit of a mixed bag, that source of revenue has been decreasing. We've lost probably $1.5 million a year in that source of revenue, and probably because of the advent of, I think, Uber and Lyft, where people who maybe weren't comfortable like calling a taxi, now would jump in an Uber in a heartbeat to get to where they need to go instead of driving under the influence. And so we're seeing a dip in DUIs, and so that's a good thing. But for our agency, that's not a great thing because we lose revenue. So we're having to balance the use of those funds for our program. And because of BE's strong financial position and the full recovery from the pandemic, we've decided that beginning in January, the BE program will reassume the cost to operate the program fully, including payroll for the leadership. So that would be salaries for Christy, Sally, Orville, and Lindsay. In January, we'll roll 2 of those staff people back on, so Orville and Sally's payroll will be reassumed by the program. And then in March or April, starting in April, so we'll do 1 quarter, we'll do 2 in 1 quarter, and then we'll bring the other 2 on in the following quarter. That will roll back on to the BE program's cost. So those, again, keep in mind, their salary, only 21.3% of their salary actually comes out of BE matchable funds, because the rest is a matchable expenditure to our VR federal grant. So there are some costs that OOD will continue to support that are unallowable with service charge, like initial stock and supplies, as well as legal support to address grievances. So we're not allowed to use service charge for that, but it is an expense of the agency that we have to be able to pay for. And so we continue to use our DUI license reinstatement funds to fund that. So next year's spending plan for this program is based on the expansion and renovation projects that are planned at UT, as well as a behavioral health commissary. There's several new micro markets in play, some new locations at Tri-C. We'll see the reopening of several rest areas. We know some additional ones will be closing, but then there's also new rest area locations on secondary highways that will be reopening as well. So we anticipate the financial position of this program to continue to grow in its strength. So our budget is based on full operating costs of this program, including the leadership payroll, the estimated service charge of revenue receipts, and we're looking at a projected cash balance by the time we get to the end of this year to continue to be $1.1 million. So we don't really see growth in the cash balance so much this year because of the investment in a lot of expansion opportunities. So the question that we would like to bring up for discussion is whether or not the committee is comfortable with a cash balance of over $1 million for this program. There was a time where that was just too high for this program to have that high of a cash balance to just be sitting on. And so there's some opportunities to lower that cash balance, and we really wanted to have a discussion and to actively participate with this committee to discuss sort of whether or not you're comfortable with $1 million in cash, or whether we want to divest the program of some of those funds to support some additional things within the program. So we'd like to hear your ideas if that is something that the committee would like to entertain.
I guess I'd like to hear stated what is the reason that we might be uncomfortable with more than $1 million cash balance.
So, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding back in 2012, and this is a different time, and that was before my time, that it was over $1 million, and people were worried that people would question that. And that's not what this is, but we've heard over the years from budget committees and some members that, you know, really a $750,000, $800,000 cash balance, which is what we were running pre-pandemic annually, is a good sweet spot type thing. So again, with 1.1, we've got about $250,000 of a cash balance, and again, what would you guys like? And I don't think we can talk about a myriad of ideas of what we can do with those funds. If people are like, we're fine with 1.1 cash balance, and that's fine too. But I think that as it's going to continue to grow, as this modernization, we're not spending money as much because we've got the replacement modernization fund. So I think that will continue to grow.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, question for either Maria or Christie. Of this $1.2 million that we have in cash balance, does that cash generate any revenue as far as earnings, interest or anything, or is it just sitting there with no earnings at all?
I do believe we do get some interest earnings on this account because it's not federal. So like federal funds, we're not allowed to, we have certain restrictions on being able to earn interest on federal funds, but because these are state funds, so looking at the report for Fed 2024, the investment earnings for this were about $45,800.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Frank.
my question is, I'm trying to think of how to ask this, but my question is, if we don't necessarily come up with a way to spend it today, if a opportunity becomes available, something that the committee and management both agree that we should embark on or take, would we be able to use that money or at least some of that money at that time? I'm just saying if something would happen to come up that, nobody sees coming right now. It sounds like the expansion and everything, a lot of that stuff's already pre-planned and we're ready for that. But I'm just trying to think outside the box that if something would come up that we weren't aware of and we're like, yeah, we really need to do this, would we be able to do that if we have that money available, or does it have to be pre-planned and itemized beforehand, I guess is the question.
So, Mr. Chair, I can answer that question. My first response, Frank, is absolutely we can. There are rules. We submit a pre-approval for all of our equipment at the beginning of the federal fiscal year to RSA. However, if something comes and that we hadn't budgeted for, there are avenues to go and ask for pre-approval and possibly go, if a huge opportunity, we might have to go to controlling board to get spending authority. That money's not going anywhere. It's not a matter of we got to come up with something today or it's going away. It's not going anywhere. And I'll tell you that we knew coming in and presenting this that this is something that we're going to have to marinate on and we're going to have to talk about, and we're not expecting any decisions today. But I think I'm very appreciative of the director and Maria and, helping us out during COVID and advocating for us with OBM, and then the modernization money, as Maria said too, like there's a lot of competing programs in this agency, and Verna, you can jump in, that aren't as fortunate and we're not we are kind of insulated. She's talking about the federal budget, like our DDD side, they honestly they can't hire now, and they can go week to week not knowing if they're going to be funded the next week. I mean, it's, we're in a good position. So I think thinking even out of the box on how we can invest into this program, I think we should talk about.
Go ahead, Maria, then Derek.
Mr. Chair, also, is it Frank?
Yes.
Frank, let's say we did have an opportunity for a large expansion that would, cost $1 million in machines, which is really pretty high, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
unlikely. So, but let's say there was this opportunity to that it would cost $1 million to take advantage of that opportunity. That would only cost $213,000 of the cash balance because of the federal match that we can pull down with those funds. This year, because the federal grant was flat funded, we had planned on a higher federal grant. And so, I don't know if you know the history, but OOD has, since at least 2008, been relinquishing federal VR grant funds because of the inability for us to fully match our federal grant. And quite frankly, we've ranked in the top 3 in the country in terms of relinquishment of federal VR grant funds that we didn't draw down. We didn't match them, and then we didn't draw them. So other states get opportunities to request a redistribution of those funds who can match them. Well, this was a historic year for OOD because in federal fiscal year 2024, for the first time, we sought reallotment dollars. We weren't giving up funds, we were asking for more. And we actually received $14.5 million in federal grant funds. So we're, it was huge because our VR program has been growing as well. On our VR side, within our VR program, we're serving 5,000 more people this year than we did this time last year. So that's huge. And those, we had a need for additional resources to be able to serve that many individuals. And we got to our serve number 9 months earlier than we thought we would. So we didn't think we'd be serving 5,000 more people in total in a year until the end of Fed 25, and we just, or State 25, and we just got there early, and so we needed those additional resources. So, we can go after reallotment dollars. So again, Mr. Chair, Frank, again, if there was $1 million opportunity to invest in the program, $213,000 of the cash balance could be utilized for that, and the rest could come from the federal VR grant fund. So,
Mr. Chair?
Derek had the floor, and then Annette, then Seth. It does sound like there is jeopardy attached to having excess funds, and that is how it was presented back in 2012. If we don't do something with this money, we'll lose it. And the remedy at that time to divest was to send a $5,000 check to every single operator, which was fine. The problem now is, as I see it, is it's true that our income and our cash balance has recovered from the impact of COVID. But the number of facilities that we have was devastated by COVID and has not returned to that level. We had, in pre-COVID, we had 90 facilities. We currently have roughly 75. That's a net loss of 15 facilities. And the reason that, one of the reasons I think that is an important reason to recognize that we have this excess of funds is we haven't been making large enough investments into recovering the facilities that we lost. Annette?
I had several things. One, thank you for presenting that the way you did. It was very understandable. Budgets are hard to follow, especially for someone like me. That's not my forte, so I appreciate you coming and explaining it to us so concisely. And I recognize, I'd love to recognize once again the efforts that OOD took in helping our program to survive COVID, taking on the salaries of the management and such, and finding other resources. With this money, a couple points I want to make. That $700,000 to $800,000 number that was the same number that was kind of presented as the sweet spot back in 2012. $700,000 to $800,000 in 2024 is not the same as it was in 2012. So I would think the sweet spot might need to be thought of a little bit differently. And second of all, and Frank's hit on it, the expansion idea, and I love what you said, Maria, $1 million facility, wouldn't that be cool? But that would only cost us about $230,000. That's great. But we have had a couple times when fairly large things came. Kent State came out of nowhere. We were not planning on Kent State. They called us and said, hey, we would love to have you. And we scrambled. I'll give the program credit. We were able to come up with machines to do that. But, there could be another one of these large universities that's not on our radar, should be on our radar at some point in the future, but comes to us quicker. And I think we should definitely be prepared. I don't want us to be in a position where something comes to us and we say, well, we'd love to help you, but I don't know if we can, or we have to wait a couple years or something like that. If a university actually approaches us instead of us going to them, we need to be able to jump right on it. And work that out. Plus, we've already talked about a little bit the secondaries. We're talking about Elkton Prison, NASA, other expansion. Like Derek said, we're down 15 facilities. We need to recoup that part of our losses from COVID. So I think keeping it right there, nice and tidy where it is what we should do, and pursue expansion opportunities with it.
Seth?
It's kind of a two-part question. Thank you. First off, is the interest earned on this account matchable?
Yes.
So it is matchable?
Yes.
Well, that answers my second question, so thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chair,
Dave?
since we have obviously enough funds, why is it such a struggle to get card readers replaced? They're being handed out like 5 or 10 at a time. Apparently, as other card readers die, which creates downtime for us, and I don't understand why we can't just have enough on hand for when that happens. I don't know why it has to be such a struggle to just have enough card readers to replace when other ones go bad, and they seem to be going bad at a pretty regular rate now.
Mr. Chair, I can
Yes.
answer that. Yeah, they do seem to be going down a lot at this UC specifically, and we're not necessarily having that issue anywhere else. But again, when RSA came out with the TAC a couple of years ago and said that anything under $1,000 was considered a supply, we had to figure out how we're going to pay for that. Now, we can pay for that with maintenance and repair if one goes down. And I do think that there's still room, and I'm willing, I'm going to work with staff. We're going to work on a process to get these replaced faster. But again, the oversight, if RSA comes in and does an audit, and we just have card readers all over, that we can't say, oh, well, this broke down. But we can improve that process. I will work with staff on that process, but it's not as simple because of the funds. Our funds are still restricted on how we pay for them and in what bucket we pay from them within, depending on what it is. So it's not just like, oh, we have $1 million, we can spend, $100,000 and have, $100,000 worth of credit cards on a shelf at, Schaefer. But we can work on improving that, and I promise that I can even report out next month on our plan for that.
So do we need to make decisions today? No, we just need to be aware that that is an issue. And I still am uncomfortable with the idea that we needed to talk about this. And I mean, is there a chance that somebody could come along and say, look, we've got greater needs and they obviously don't need to spend it, so why can't we spend it? That's not going to happen.
No,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, these dollars are, protected. They can't be used for other purposes other than for which they were collected. You do hear from time to time that the state will do what's called a rotary raid on, rotary funds. So, for example, like the 4K9 fund, which all of the regulatory boards, pay into, with the exception of like the medical board, that if they get a cash balance that's building, sometimes the state will go in and sweep those funds. This fund would not be subject to a rotary raid. These funds are, collected and used on behalf of the BE program. And just to be clear, OOD doesn't really have a position on, how you want to utilize, anything above what's a comfortable cash balance. It might be worthwhile to maybe have a discussion as a group in terms of what you are comfortable with, how much you would like, maybe some of you, maybe the committee feels like $1.2 million isn't enough, that you'd be more comfortable with a $1.5 million cash balance, and then anything above that, we would then bring it back and have a discussion about. But it's really, just again, we wanted to report the good news of the, kind of where we're at, and then give you something to think about. So if you did decide to divest yourselves of it, those conversations take a long time, decisions take a minute, and then it's something you'd have to vote on, in your last meeting in federal fiscal year 2025 for any sort of a payout that you would want in 2026. And again, we can see how this year goes. I'm happy to come back anytime to continue to present on the state of the budget and the, keep you updated on how that's going and how the cash balance. I know you get some reports, but if you want me to come back and have a discussion, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Dave.
just another question about the card readers. At one point, that was my understanding, we had a stockpile of cantaloupe readers. I'm not sure how we obtained a stockpile of cantaloupe readers. If the problem was the same, I don't know if any changes happened between then and now. Why can't we buy, I understand an individual reader is under $1,000, but if you're buying several readers at a time, which we obviously would be, I don't understand where the issue would be. I mean, when readers go down and we have downtime, that obviously has a noticeable impact on sales. I think our only concern is trying to minimize downtime and the impact to sales.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just for everybody's information, on University of Cincinnati, we were forced into using NIAX readers, which was a contract UC signed with par level systems. And they sent us all these NIAX readers. These readers are they've been very bad from the beginning. A week ago, I had 6 burnouts in 1 week. They're failing at a very high rate, and that's what the problem is on the University of Cincinnati. Is that the product that we had to buy because of UC is a very poor product, and we're just trying to get them replaced. And that's what Dave is referring to.
And Mr. Chair, also, like different consultants seem to be handing out different quantities of readers differently. I don't know where the discrepancy comes up with that, but like different operators are getting more readers than others, things like that. I don't know. I don't know what's playing into that, but it's noticeable.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So the reason that there is more cantaloupe stockpile, as you call it, is because we ordered that with the new modernization machines. That's why, because we could order them as part of that machine, even though it wasn't installed in the machine. So that's why they have that. But again, we can look at what we're doing at UC. The next round, we're going to replace anything that's down. Let me make that clear. We're going to replace anything that's down. But then maybe as we're ordering new machines, we can order that type of credit card. And I'll be honest, I still don't know where we've landed. I think there's 3 operators down there. Is there someone's using different? I don't know if we're using one manufacturer right now. Have we gone to one, or is different people using different ones?
Well, I'm confused. If there's a stockpile of cantaloupe readers, then why aren't those available for use at UC to replace these bad NIAX readers?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Sally.
it was my belief that it was the operator's choice to, I think you guys wanted Castle, which I'm not really even sure what Castle is, but Cantaloupe I think would be an option if that's something you're interested in. I think the operators really liked the back end functions and reporting of the readers they were using.
Gotcha.
That's my belief. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Dave.
The new Castle readers and the older NIAX readers both use the same BMS system, which I really like. And there's only one significant difference in the Castle readers versus the NIAX readers. Cantaloupe would require a new agreement, to set up and use those readers.
Well, hopefully the Castle readers don't have the same propensity as the NIAX readers.
They don't.
Okay.
They're actually, the Castle readers are significantly larger. I think the radios are stronger. They seem to be able to have a very normal and usable signal compared to the NIAX readers that would struggle all the time with that. So I think the ones that I have now that have replaced the NIAX readers, they seem to be working good.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Seth.
Also, another problem with the NIAX readers, I don't necessarily agree with this, but it is reality at this point in time. NIAX is a Israeli company, and I've had stickers with blood drops on them telling me I support genocide. I have somebody right now attempting to get me removed from UC and Butler County because I have NIAX readers. So that's another reason just to, they fell. We didn't want them to begin with, and they're causing other problems also. That's one of the reasons that I just would like to replace what I have, because they're going to fail anyways. They're going to be replaced. And it is impacting me right now, because if I'm getting boycotted by people with blood drops on my card readers because they support genocide. That's just what it is right now.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Keith.
if we can go back to the money thing, I want to agree with what Annette said about the $750,000 in 2012 was the adamant amount. But I believe something to the effect of 1.5 would be even better for this day and age, because the price of everything has risen. So having that reserve balance would just make real common sense.
And the idea of having a large available cash balance is for those occasions like when a Kent State pops up in our face. But like Maria said, I mean, even if you need $1 million worth of machines, you're still only cashing out $213,000, which is was that 15% of 1.5 million? So it's just
And,
yeah.
and Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
We shouldn't just wait for an opportunity to come to us. We should all.
Amen.
Our program, we should be looking for those opportunities
Yep.
as well.
Yeah, let's keep that cash balance at a certain level by spending it on new opportunities. Anyway, any more on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just
Yeah.
one more thing. Dave and Seth, can you email me how many NIAX card readers you have left that need replaced?
Yes.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on that? Maria, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me. Mr. Chair, can we take a restroom break?
Yeah, please.
Please.
5 minutes.
Oh my gosh. We're in the tight ship.
Someone had 2 cups of coffee.
I know I had 2 cups of coffee, and I'll walk her out.
You gonna want a sandwich for lunch? Okay, we'll get something. Ham, cheese, mayonnaise.
Yep.
I got you now.
Yeah, I have somebody right now actually called up.
Thanks, Derek.
County One Stop.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Information.
Do you like chicken
And I don't think
salad?
we do.
No, okay.
Oh, thanks.
I was gonna say, there's a place called Chicken Salad Chick that has great chicken salad, all different flavors of it. Yeah, it's really good, they have all different kinds, but I'm fine with that.
But it says that there might be used, if you put it cut off as a view. Makes you question why somebody had to put it down. It does.
Well, imagine having that on the sheet for a whole week and you just back to it.
Yeah. Where is it from? Oh, yeah. Well, I'll get either, like we normally do, Jimmy John's or Jersey Mike's or a place like that, Pot Bellies, but I know yours is about the same. It- Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me, Annette. Annette,
Oh, yes, sir.
do you have coffee here?
Did I have, no, I don't have a coffee machine here, sorry.
Do you have it in your vending machine?
I have, like the Starbucks, the
Cold one?
cold ones, yes.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. So I'll probably order from a sandwich place for lunch. Anyone let me know prior to lunch if you want something.
So is it possible we might be getting out early, or is that not the case?
Fingers crossed.
Chris, I would love it, but I don't see it happening. What time is it?
It's
9:54.
9:50.
Yeah, we're already an hour in and taking a break and we've only hit one thing. You know, I don't, as much as we all hate to hear it, I don't see the inventory discussion going far. Because we still don't know anything.
I told my driver it might happen, so.
Yeah.
Might's a big word.
He's at a Springfield.
Like it.
Did you tell Richard anything about the resolutions meeting? Because he hasn't contacted me, so am I running that or do you know?
I don't.
Okay.
I assume it's going to be.
Yeah. Yes, I can do that if that's what he wants me to do. I'll contact.
Well, he told me several times, a couple of days, he called me, we never agreed who was going to call. But I couldn't.
Yeah.
But I think he wanted to wait to see if he
Yeah, if any actually show up, yeah. And like I said, Shane Popplestone told me he could have it brailled for me. I told him that they extended that and he said if we get it to him, as soon as we get it in, he can, make sure it's, brailled.
you an email right away.
Yeah, and I'll get it to him, because I can read it then. I don't have any problem once it's brailled.
I'm not, well, but like I told you, if I had been there, I was still going to have it railed and have you read it. 'Cause
Yeah.
I tried to do it off my phone last year. That did not work out well.
Yeah, I felt bad for you. It did it, I know.
Like, hey,
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. Everyone there knows that you couldn't see it well, so.
I kept trying to do it on my phone.
Oh, yeah,
Well, you know, for people who do have stuff.
yes, yep. Message Richard Payne. I'm gonna ask him. I was just talking to Frank, period. He told me he is not coming, period. Are you going to want me to run the resolutions committee meeting, question mark. As of now, we don't have any, oh. No. Let me do this. Siri has got nuts. Siri doesn't do.
You tell her it's just a text, you speak that text, and she reads it back to you, you're like, I didn't write anything like that.
He just go right to his thing here. There it is. Yeah, I knew I had it. I was just talking to Frank and he said he was not able to make it to convention, period. Are you going to want me to run the resolutions committee meeting on Friday evening, question mark. From what I understand, we don't have any resolutions in yet, comma, but we might get them, period.
Yeah.
All right, everybody back? We've lost Berna and Sally, but we'll move ahead. The next item on the agenda is facility transition invoices, and Yvette Shackelford asked me to put this on here, so Yvette, would you like to address the issue, please?
Yes, good job with my name, Derek.
I've learned. Well, I talked to Yvette a while ago, and I told her I used to have a coworker whose name was the same, and she insisted that I had to pronounce it Yvette. So it's going to be a while before I can get Yvette into my head.
That's your sister.
Glad to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Anyway, I was charged a penalty for late service charge on this closing cash. And let me explain why I feel it was unfair and I shouldn't have been charged it. I received, we inventoried out of facility 698 at the end of May. I submitted my final report on July 3rd. I received that closing packet on July 8th. The title of that packet is your closing packet for 698. The subject said transitional closing overage. It told me that I would be receiving a check. I'm kind of skipping some stuff. That I came in with 3,600 inventory. I left with 11,000, blah, blah, blah. I would be receiving a check in 4 weeks for 7,400 whatever dollars, okay? When I read that, I said, okay, okay, I must not owe anything because, you know, this is what this says. But, in August, I called Kim because, sometime in August, I can't remember the date, I called because we hadn't received the check. Come to find out it hadn't been processed or submitted due to some paperwork or whatever. We finally did receive it. At the end of September, September 23rd, I happened to be on the phone talking to Kim about I was paying off the initial inventory for one of the other temp locations that I was running that was due to close. And we were talking about the document. She said, oh, by the way, Yvette, you didn't pay your, I see you didn't pay your inventory, which she was making a mistake on the name, but she meant service charge, but she kept saying inventory invoice. And I kept saying, what are you talking about? I said, what inventory? I didn't see any invoice. What do you mean? What are you talking about? And I kept telling her I didn't receive it because I didn't know what she was talking about. Anyway, she meant service charge because after I talked to Scott, I guess she corrected it. She meant service charge. And I asked, I said, where, what do you mean? I didn't receive any. I went back, looked at my emails, tried to figure it out, called her back. She says, oh, it's in the packet. You have to scroll down. You have to look, it's included in the packet. You have to scroll down. Well, this is my problem. Why are we including an invoice in a closing packet that we do it in the closing, but we do not do it in your opening packet? In our opening packet, it's a totally separate email and it states invoice. It says invoice for service charge. And the other issue is that email is very confusing. You know, if you're telling me at the top of the email, nowhere at the top of that email does it say is an invoice included in this packet. Nowhere in that email does it detail what is included in the packet. But it does, when you receive an opening packet, it details everything that's included in that packet, okay? You know, my issue is that it's inconsistent. When we submit these open and closing paperwork, it's done on paper, okay? Unlike OPG, we pay our service charges, we do all that, you know, boom, instantly, we can do it. This, we are dependent upon, or really at the mercy of the Bureau on when we receive this stuff. And, you know, I can't understand why wasn't that at the top of the email about it being an invoice. Then first of all, it shouldn't be included in the first place. That's really my real argument. It should be sent as a separate attachment. Any packet we receive with several, I didn't need to look at those documents because I did the closing. I already had a discussion with my consultant of, you know, these things. So I had no idea that an invoice was, and the Bureau didn't catch it until the end of September, which I paid it immediately. It was only $1,200 something. I paid more in paying off those two initial these sites, their initial inventories, than that invoice was. The issue is, why are we including these invoices in the closing packet in closing, but we're sending it as a separate attachment in our opening, and we're detailing what's in there in our opening packet. You know, that I should not have to look for an invoice. If you're invoicing me, I should be able to see that. I get some of my home bills emailed to me. I don't have to dig through a bunch of mess to find it. The bill is right there. As soon as I open up the email, boom, there's my bill. Okay? I don't understand why we have to scroll to the bottom of an email. And then I had a conversation with Christy. She said, well, this is the way we've always done it. That don't make it right. I should not have to look through to find the bill that you're sending me. It should be clear, precise. This is a tax document that I was sent to my accountant. Okay? This should have been sent separately. It should say invoice for service charge.
Mr. Chair.
Annette?
Just a question, Yvette, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. This is it came as an email with one big attachment, is that correct?
Yes,
Then you are absolutely right.
yes, that's the way it
Yeah, that is, as a screen reader, to have to go through
Yes.
one great big attachment to look for something that you don't even know you're
Exactly.
needing to look for,
Mhm.
and to read through inventory numbers, whatever else is in there. And no, this is not the way we've always done it. We used to send a paper copy, which obviously isn't accessible, but unless someone had it in Braille or something. So yes, the email is accessible, but to send one great big document and not differentiating what they are and expecting the operator to know that they're supposed to look on that document for something they don't know could be on that document with no notation of it at all, and try and dig through a screen reader, reading different numbers. Yvette's absolutely right. That needs fixed.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the other thing is, putting the overage at the top of this document was very misleading. Because I didn't know until Derek said it, because I talked to Derek about this. No, they don't take it out of the money. If you owe me $7,000 something, and I owe you $1,200, I figured, if I figured I didn't owe any money, you gonna send me $7,000, we're good. And I did not realize that they did not take that out until Derek pointed out. I believe you did, Derek, right?
Yes,
We had a
yes,
conversation.
yep.
But that's my whole issue. It's inconsistent with what should be done. Why are we doing something different? Both of these things, closing and opening, is done on paper. Why are we doing something different for one? And something, that's my whole issue.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Keith?
and just to add to what you said, we are all sighted people, and we need, clear-cut information given to us in our preferred method of reading things, so that we can address any other part of it. Excuse me for lack of word, that's all.
Well, and, I have objected to the idea of paper MORs all along. And I understand there's technical difficulties that prevent us from doing openings and closings on OBG. The other problem with them is that they're usually associated with temps, and if you're not doing temps all the time, it could be 10 years since you've done any of this, and you have to re-educate yourself, and maybe things even have changed since then, and so it is problematic. And an easy fix for this is that certainly any time an operator owes money, it should be a separate and distinct communication with the invoice, isolated from anything else. I think that's a relatively easy fix, but there's also other issues that, like Annette and Keith have indicated, and I, that we need to address some of the other issues too. And are we still far away from being able to get rid of paper MORs? Is that just something that's never going to be possible, or?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
yeah, a couple things. One, I would love to get rid of paper MORs.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
love. It would-
yeah, everybody would,
It
yeah.
would make, I can tell you, Kim's life and
Way
now
easier.
Ralph's life a lot easier. But it's involving with IT and, we're still dealing with IVR and all this other stuff. So, but that will be a priority. I'll make sure that that's a priority.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I
sir.
was gonna say, the only reason you have to do a paper MOR for opening and closing
Oh, yeah.
is because the inventory number changes.
Yep.
And so that's what the system can't figure out. So,
If we solve inventory, that will eliminate paper MORs right there. And, yeah, it will. It'll eliminate paper MORs. I'm looking at the inventory overage and the email that went out to Yvette, and, we can improve it, we can. My frustration is, it's not a problem until it becomes a problem. And we have been doing it this way, and people have been, sending it in, and I understand that, I feel bad. It was missed. And so people, and people come to me and they say, Christy, you need to forgive my late. And in 8 years, I have to follow the rules, and I will forgive a late if it is my staff's fault, if it is OBG or IVR, that it's beyond the control. But once I start forgiving lates and going against the rules, and that affects selection, that puts me at risk too. And so it's frustrating on that side as well. I feel bad. We can improve the process. Sally's absolutely right. We solve the inventory problem. Paper MORs can go away. In the meantime, I will work with staff. We will create, and maybe next meeting or the following meeting, or prior to, submit some examples to you guys for feedback on what makes it more clear going forward. And there's a lot of dates and there's a lot of numbers being thrown away or thrown out. I admit that, but we try to be concise. It is on the same. It's 2 paragraphs. The transitional closing inventory overage. And I will look. I'll admit, this is not my wheelhouse. It's my staff's. There should be consistency on opening and closing. So we'll look at that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Is it Annette or Annette or Annette?
I've been called all kinds of
Annette.
stuff. No, I was going to say, I will argue that it is the staff's fault for doing, you said you forgive lates when there's a staff issue. Sending this in one big document without it being properly notated that there is a service charge invoice as part of that document is not right. How would Yvette, I'm falling in the category that Derek mentioned. I haven't done a closing since 2011, I believe. If this thing got sent to me, I don't know that I would have known to look for service charge on the same thing if it didn't say it was on there.
Right.
So I just, and I know I wouldn't have used a screen reader to read all through a bunch of inventory and stuff to try and see what was at the, hidden at the bottom. It should have said it. Service charge invoice, inventory, readjustment or adjustment should have been listed what all was on there.
Mr. Chair.
Yvette?
Anytime we are being invoiced, it is not hard. If you're doing it in the opening and you're invoicing us separately, it's a separate email, okay? It is not anything complicated that anybody needs to do any special thing for. Do it the same way you do in an opening, where when I open up that packet, it lists everything in it. I look at the next email, it says invoice for service charge. Simple, a simple fix. You can't assume that I try to do as much stuff as independently as possible. Just tell my husband what I want him to do. I need you to mail this out, I need this done. You can't expect we all have sighted people reading over all of our documents and checking behind us. We are business, we are independent. As much as I can do, I wait on them enough on the other stuff. So I would like us to do it to where it's a separate email. That's all that's necessary. You're invoicing me, it should say invoice for whatever. You invoice us for anything else, it's sent separately. You know, when there's an issue that we have to submit a service charge for other things, you send us an invoice, and it says invoice for service charge. I'm sure you all have received it before, you know? I don't understand why it's gotta be complicated.
Mr. Chair.
Who'd I over, Seth or Dave? Seth? Did Dave? Dave?
Annette, actually took my point. I agree that it's not complicated to just send the invoice separately. It should be sent separately, honestly. I would even prefer it sent separately instead of just notating it that it's included. It's not difficult to send it separate, and it's a lot more considerate to people who are total or you depend on screen readers to, try to navigate through a big document like that when it's all thrown together.
Keith?
I'd like to ask for forgiveness for Yvette on this particular situation, for the simple fact, as you stated, it's staff's fault.
So, Mr. Chair, is that a motion?
Thank you. I was wondering should I have made a motion. Can I do that there?
You may make a motion anytime you like, Keith.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that Yvette,
Ruh-roh.
I was about to hit him too.
He'll withdraw his motion.
Inventory, no, not inventory.
Her late, her
Late
late,
penalty is waived or forgiven, whatever be the best word,
I'll second.
for this particular situation.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
I'm
I'll
done.
still second.
And that they send it separately for future references.
And all invoices be sent separately in the future, okay?
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to put your words in your mouth, Keith, I just wanted
You
to
did,
clarification.
I need help.
Yvette said you can call her whatever you want, Keith, if you get that late taken care of. Seth?
Just on, so the motion's been made and seconded, just
Yes.
on the point, it is kept separately, the actual point for, or the point that you would lose on the selection for having a late submission.
Yes.
As well as, then you have the penalty afterwards. So is this a request to remove the point or just remove the penalty?
Mr. Chair, they're one and the same.
They're one, yeah.
They're one and the same.
Yeah.
You can have a late without a penalty,
No,
correct?
Nope.
no,
Nope.
no.
Unless it's your emergency.
Yeah, unless it's.
All right, we're
emergency,
gonna-
No. The whole, the
Have
late
the-
affects the selection.
everyone should talk to the chair before
Yeah, Mr.
speaking
Chair,
out.
sorry.
Where are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Seth.
Actually, what I wanted to say
Sorry.
before that is, if I received an email at a closing that said inventory packet closing, you're getting 7,000 back in inventory, as a side person, I probably wouldn't go through the whole thing. I would just be like, oh, here, I'm getting 7,000 back because that's what I should get back. I wouldn't scroll through it, so it obviously needs to come separate.
Any further discussion? Chris, can you reiterate the motion for us, please?
Let's see, it says, Keith Trammell moved that Annette's,
Yvette,
excuse me, I apologize, I'm trying to.
don't give me no late,
I'm
Chris.
reading several different
I
things at
just
once.
talked out of turn to you, so.
Keith Trammell moved that the MOR late penalty be waived or forgiven and that all invoices be emailed to operators as separate emails.
Okay. Keith, was that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Well, let's vote. Keith?
yes.
Where is John? Oh, John. John?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes,
Representative from Zanesville votes yes. Anything else on that topic, Yvette?
No,
You bet.
see, you were doing good, Derek.
Keith threw me
Good,
off.
thank you.
Give him a nudge.
You did a great job, thank you.
Okay. There's, the next two items are UC Marion Spencer and third-party contracts, and one kind of plays into the other, so let's jump into third-party contracts. That's a follow-up, and that's Christie's, so.
Mr. Chair, and just for the record, Mr. Dave Bergassa has left the room, and he's part of this conversation generally, but it's all good. So we've talked about third parties, and I would like Bernadette to also weigh in. We've got to come up with a process, and we've talked about this, and the third party stuff is complex, and we've been talking about it for 2 years. 2 years. And so And we need to come up with a process statewide, not just based on one area, one region, a couple operators. So, what I'm proposing is I think that, if an opportunity comes to us, generally, whether it's a cafeteria, a coffee stand, in any other place, we take that to the local committee, and we're like, is this something we're interested in doing? If a university comes with us with a need, fresh salads, made-to-order pizza, items that can be made on the spot. We must decide how to provide this service. Are we procuring it and doing it ourselves? Are we subcontracting, meaning as a program, the operators? Bless you. I can tell you that, what we've been doing with third parties in other areas, and Johnny Mack, he can talk too, is that the operator has worked with the third party. Sometimes they've asked the consultant, hey, can you help me? Make contact, but ultimately it is the operator that does the contract. So, we can talk as a program that, are we going to invest in a machine that makes pizza? I absolutely can see that as a program doing that in 20 years. They're very cost prohibitive right now. It's very labor intensive. But we need to talk about it because at the end of the day, we need to be good partners and state to a university, yes, we're doing this, or no, we're not interested in this opportunity. And we need to have a reasonable time frame in order to state this. University of Cincinnati and this opportunity that's coming up in Market Point. We got into a lot of grief. It wasn't posted. It was delayed in posting. We've talked about it. And in the posting, it did say that the university wanted these machines. Didn't say that we had to do it, wanted it. And then, yes, we directed Tanya to place them because they wanted it for open for the students for fall semester. I still don't think they're open right now, but I don't know that for a fact. I don't know, Orville, are they open to Just Bake?
Oh, the Just Bake, no.
No, Just Bake, but the pizza and all of that is. Yeah. So we're presented with two more opportunities. One in UC in what's the hall?
Marion Spencer.
Spencer, thank you. Marion Spencer. Same situation. They want these machines up in December for them to be ready to go when the students come in January. It is unassigned facility right now, totally unassigned. It hasn't been posted. We've asked to post it. Well, there's still questions about it. For both the Market Point and this Marion, and I think that there's one that another concept that they want to open up next summer. The spaces were designed for these specific machines in these locations. They asked us and have asked us and come to us from the very beginning, hey, we want snack, we want pop, but we also want these robotic machines. You can take all of them, you can take some of them, you can take none of them. What do you want? Again, for Market Point, they said a year ago at that point, you guys can even have input in it. We didn't provide input. It was there. And we're in the same boat now with UC Marion they want it opened in December. It's not assigned. We're working a clock. Now, the only difference, at this point, I don't know what to do other than I'm not going to have Tanya place third-party machines. But if we don't have a plan, I'm going to tell the university, we're not interested right now. Because, and then they can figure out where those they can place those machines and run them however they do. It's in a, we are in a place right now where I feel like it's delaying and we don't have a direction. We don't, as a committee, as a program, as operators, and we're not being good partners.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
This is
Berna.
Berna. So I think that the situation we're finding ourselves in here is that when we have had unassigned sites, it seems like no matter how we have handled it, it hasn't gone well, for one reason and another. But we need to kind of figure out, and we're coming to you and asking what you would like us to do. If there's a site that is not attached, not assigned, and the opportunity comes to us, do you want us to, bring it to the committee? Yes, if you want to move forward with it, do you want us to get in there, our consultants to get in there and get the machines in place, knowing that we're gonna assign that site? Or do you want us to say, well, we don't know who might be assigned to that, so we don't want to have them have machines that maybe they don't want or not be able to have control of that situation, so we want to let that opportunity go. I think what we are not comfortable doing is saying to the grantor, in this case UC, we can't give you a decision and we don't know when we will be, because they have a student body who's making demands of them, that they want to meet those demands. And so that's our customer base too. We want to keep our customer base happy, right? So what we want is input on, like, what would you like us to do in terms of, move ahead with the third-party contracts, which means we'll be in it more than you have liked in the past, because there's not anybody signed right now. Or do you want us to say, you know what, we can't take that on right now, we're going to let it go, and kind of have that be consistent, at least some level of consistency across the board.
Mr. Chair.
Seth.
Per state law, state and colleges are a mutual suitable vending area. We are allowing UC at this point in time, right now, to say that a second snack machine is not suitable for a place and not putting it. Because we want it, they don't, you say no. So that's the same thing here. UC says we want a robotics room, we want a Max Pizza. We say that's not suitable. There's your answer. If we allow UC to say that we cannot have a second machine at Clifton Court, a second snack machine, which is needed by cells, if that's allowed to happen against state law where it has to be mutually agreed upon, then those aren't the only two options. We have option A, we do it. We have option B, we waive it. We have option C, where it's not suitable.
Mr. Chair,
Annette?
by law, if we say it's not suitable, then they can do what they want. That's the same thing as waiving it per se. I know the word waive isn't in there, but we say something's not suitable. First of all, site suitability's already been determined at the University of Cincinnati. So now it's just a matter of determining what machines we're going to do. It's already been jointly decided, mutually decided. The individual aspects of that isn't what that means when it says site suitability. That means, is this a proper, good place for a vending facility for Randolph Shepherd to run? And both parties agreed to that. So what we have to decide is, then it gets into what do we want to do? What are we able to do when we're there? And as far as these I don't know anything about a snack machine or anything like that, but the topic right now is the third party. Do we want to do it or don't we want to do it? That's all there is to it. If we want to do it and I think our operators can do it, great. That's really cool. But if we can't do it or don't want to do it, then we should just tell UC we are waiving, just like we would if they were opening a snack bar or any other type of place that we wouldn't want to do.
Mr. Chair,
Frank?
may I, or Sally or somebody, I believe we have an assigned not that that person would necessarily get it, but I think we have an assigned operator at Marion Spencer, isn't that Patrick?
Mr. Chair, yes. Scott said that Pat Koo will be the one interested in it, well, temping it. And then we'll take it to the committee and put it out as either a site announcement.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
So we have somebody.
Yvette?
The question is, okay, probably two questions. Well, he just answered part of one, that we do have somebody there, but if this is just with these robotic type things now, would they be able to put other vending machines if we decided we didn't want to do like the pizza thing, or we couldn't operate in one? Would they be able to put whatever they want as far as competing vending machines, just regular vending machines along with that? Is there anything that will prohibit them from doing that? Although I'm not saying we shouldn't do the third party. I mean, I think if how kind of business that we can generate to make more money, depending on the contract with the third party, it's a good thing. But I'm just wondering, just wanting to know what prohibits them from bringing in other types of machines if we pass that up.
Mr. Chair?
And
I can answer that. When you send whatever notification, if we do pass it up, and we'll use the pizza machine as an example, we specifically say in that notification, we are declining the opportunity to provide the pizza machines at this particular location. And this, usually we'll put a time limit on it. It's just like anything else we've waived in the past that we chose not to pursue. We say we're declining the opportunity at this time. If you have a different opportunity or make any changes, or these letters always say this type of thing, then the law requires you to come to us, and this declination of the opportunity is good for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, something like that. So that's what we do. Or we'll say something along like, this does not preclude our right under the Randolph-Shepard Act to pursue opportunities. So yeah, there's ways around what you're asking.
Mr. Chair,
Yvette?
if we have an operator there, Orville, you said he's willing to do the temp it? I mean, because we would have him temp it first to see if it's any of these things before we 100% commit to make sure that it's going to be make decent sales, right? But is he willing to do that in that particular?
Mr. Chair, yes. Pat is willing to.
This robotics room is the same as the other one. It's a Just Baked, a Max Pizza, Farmer's Fridge, and pop and snack vending machines. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And Patrick's willing to do all of those. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Keith.
and you might have was going to say it, but the third party machines, we don't do anything to them, right? The people who place them, fill them, and all that, and then we get a percentage.
Mr. Chair?
No.
That's what I'm asking, I don't know. Go ahead.
John?
I can answer Keith's question there. With Farmer's Fridge anyways, I'm still waiting for an outlet for Just Baked for 1 year now from the post office. But Farmer's Fridge, you don't do a thing. They set up their schedule to fill it, and they tell you the schedule they're gonna fill it, and then you give them, originally, they were only gonna fill mine Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't think the post office was open on Friday. One email, they switched it, they're filling now every Friday. They sent me an email, they weren't gonna service them over the holidays. I sent them an email back, absolutely, I need that. They instantly changed their mind, they will be filling them over the holidays. I just got $1,500 this month from Farmer's Fridge, and I didn't touch a thing. And every time I've emailed, they've got back to me within 1 day.
Mr. Chair.
I've had nothing but good experiences with Farmer's Fridge.
Berna?
I think Keith, more to your point, it depends on who the third party is. Some of them work like Farmer's Fridge, and some of them have the operator more involved in doing the filling and the stocking.
Mr. Chair,
Frank?
I have a question. Can we find out, as far as third-party machines go, how other BEP programs around the country are doing this? Does the program determine it, or is it up to the operator, or how that process works? I can think of one person, and I apologize, I didn't think to reach out to him earlier. Maybe get a hold of Nikki Gakos and find out, how the Farmer's Fridge thing at his facility in New Jersey was, how that went about or came about or something like that, because I don't have all of that information. And Christy or Berner, they may have some other contacts that I'm not aware of, but I would like to get a read on that. And in addition to that question, I don't have another question, but I think if we have somebody willing to tempt this and get this up and running, and I think that would be the fastest way to do this. I will say that the committee chose to just go ahead and post Market Point, so I'm going to kind of ask for input on the committee how we want to do that. I think we have to ask for it anyway, so that's everything I have at the moment.
Mr. Chair,
Keith?
did we post or did somebody tempt Marketplace already?
Market point.
Market Point, excuse me.
Mr. Chair,
Dave?
it was bid out as a side attachment. And the Spencer location, Pat has other vending in that building. I mean, if he's willing to tempt it, he would most likely be willing to bid on it. I can't speak for him, obviously, but we did bid Spencer out directly. Nobody tempted. I'm sorry, Market Point, rather.
Mr. Chair, is that, so you're saying, that's good. That's in the same building?
No.
Which one? Spencer or
I
Market?
think you're talking about Market Point. Aren't you talking about Market
Yes.
Point?
Market Point is downstairs in Calhoun Hall, which I have vending upstairs in Calhoun Hall. So it's in the same building, just a different floor.
But it's not.
And you were also awarded Market Point, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Keith, Marion Spencer is a completely different building.
Okay, I was talking about Market Point, excuse me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I
Yvette?
believe what they wanted to know is when these opportunities come up, how we want to handle it. I think that, we need to find an operator to run it, maybe put it out there and see if people have interest. And, even though they're asking, we would have time to do that, wouldn't we, Christie?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My immediate question, which I think everyone's answered, is like for this Marion Spencer that I thought we were posting it. The fact that we're temping it, we have someone interested is helpful. I do think that there's going to be more questions down the line that once we go and we establish these third parties, the operators who choose to do so, and then we go to post, it's that, again, the obligation now of obligating another operator coming in that I guess the choice on the posting is that these third parties are there and it's their choice to either decide to get into a third party agreement or to state that they're not interested, and that's when to what Annette said, we get back to the university to state that we're not interested in running those. But, I do feel a little bit better with the immediate need. I hope that we can move beyond this and we don't have to talk about this every meeting, that we have a plan.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Frank?
I do have a question. Did the operators or Christie or anybody get more information about Just Baked, or get the operators a contact or anything like that to follow up from last meeting? And I know that was a point of concern for a lot of operators and also an issue they were struggling with.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Dave?
I I filled out the information on Just Bake's website. I waited 2 weeks and I never heard a word from nobody. I actually called them and got to talk to someone, and she told me that she found my information that I filled out, and somebody would probably reach out to me soon, that they were so busy they couldn't say when though. And she didn't sound hopeful that it was going to be anytime soon. So the holdup with Just Baked is sitting right in Just Baked's lap. You know, we can't make them get back to us.
And Mr. Chair,
Seth?
speaking on from Annette's earlier, that everything needs to be consistent. I just want to point out that we are arguing from two different points of view. Because if a suitable vending area is a suitable vending area, then that's period. Then if one side can deny a machine to go there, the other side can deny a machine to go there. So to say that because UC comes to us and says they want a farmer's fridge, if we say no, that doesn't give them the right. You're saying if we say no to that, then that's a waiver and they can do it anyways. But you're also arguing that a suitable vending area is a suitable vending area regardless of what type of machine it is. So that's arguing from two different points of view, that either a suitable vending area is already decided and therefore it's just a matter of the machines and the type of machine doesn't matter. But you're trying to say that that's different here because UC is requesting a specific machine, which they can't. They can't look at us and say, you need to put 8 glass fronts here. They say you need to put drinks here, and then we decide mutually the amount that is needed for it. It's just.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can I respond? I hear you, Seth. I do. But I do believe that in any other, facility that we have, whether it's a base or something, they have a need. They want fresh salads. They want fresh food. Whether it is a 24/7 open cafeteria, whether it's done via a vending machine, I will fight to the death if they come in and want to move one of our machines to put a farmer's fridge or to put one of these things. But they have come, and I know there was issues, and we did fight them. But they came to us a year ago and said, we want a robotics room. So for us to say, to go in there and say, too bad, too sad, I know you want a pizza machine, but we would rather put a snack machine. It's not the need that they're asking. We've been at bases where we've had open food or a bagel shop or something, and they said, even it happened at DSCC, unfortunately. Well, that's a bad example. I won't use that example, but we've been at places where we no longer want your machines here. It's now going to be a computer lab or this or that. Even though the site has been suitable, it's their building. We don't get to decide. They have a need, and our thing here is that how are we going to? It'll probably be litigation. I don't think we have necessarily a good standing, and we want to be partnerly to say, no, you don't get your farmer's fridge or this robotic room. We don't believe that the law allows you. It allows us to be able to say what you get in that room. I really don't. They have a need. And the mutual suitability, as Annette was saying, the law says mutually suitable. And it's already been decided suitable. At UC, I can tell you, they've come to us over the years to ask us to take on coffee machines and a couple other places, and we've passed on it. We're like, no, it's not going to be profitable. We don't want that opportunity. Now, whether they went out and got a third party or had their Airmark or Sodexo run that, I don't know. But we've done that a lot. And so I think there are some nuances. I don't think it's that black and white. And I think that we're really trying to be good partners and not, again, how are we going to serve the need of hot pizza and hot foods and fresh salads? Either we're going to have to do the labor and figure out how to do that ourselves, which we could, or we third partner, or we pass. I think that's the decision.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
Again, I don't disagree. What I'm saying is when you allow UC to say no to machines in suitable vending areas, you're not upholding our side in the same manner as you're allowing UC to say, even though this is a suitable vending area, we all agree to that, you cannot put another machine in. This is the same thing. And this is what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing whether or not we should have third-party machines or any of that stuff. I'm arguing that the Bureau is allowing a grantor to say yes or no on suitable vending areas about putting machines into already decided suitable vending areas. You're allowing a no to be the end of the statement. So if that is allowed, that one side can say no and that's the end of it, then that's allowed for both sides on a mutual agreement. That's my argument.
Derek and then Yvette. Mr. Chair, are you presenting a scenario where already a snack and a pop machine are being operated and the operator is requesting for an additional snack or pop to be added to that area and therefore the Bureau is obligated to support that and not allow the university to say, no, you can't have a third or fourth machine on that particular location? Seth?
Mr. Chair, no.
No, okay.
I'm reporting that we are asking for a snack machine that blows out in 3 days. A second snack machine in a 5-story building that has 1 snack machine, 3 pop machines.
Yeah.
They're saying no, but putting third-party machines where they're saying no to more of our machines, and the Bureau is allowing that.
Okay.
Mr.
So,
Chair?
yeah, go ahead, Yvette.
I believe, if that's the case, Seth, and, you're filling the machines, you know the volume that I believe, why are we asking them about putting the machine in there? Why aren't we, since that space is, suitable space, we're there already? Why are we asking the university, can we put another snack machine in there? Why aren't we just doing that? Because that space was already deemed suitable, we're already there. The operator knows the volume he's doing. So I'm just trying to wonder, is there something different? I have never been on one of these college campuses. Why are we doing something different there?
Mr. Chair. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that the Bureau's doing it, I don't know.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I'm asking the Bureau, why are we doing something different? Why are we just gonna, the volume you're doing, why aren't we just putting the machine, why are we asking you to?
Mr. Chair,
Berna.
I'll ask Orville to correct me if I don't have my facts right, but I don't think we're asking UC. I think UC is asking us. They're saying we have a need. Our need is not for another snack machine, but for fresh food and hot food. And we currently, the way we've done that is third party. And so I think our question is not that we want to let UC say, no, you can't do that, but they're telling us this is our customer need. Bureau, would you like to fill that need? As they should be doing. And so then the question becomes, are we going to fill that need? If we put in another snack or pop, that's great, but that doesn't fill the need they're coming to us with.
Mr. Chair,
Frank.
and may I ask Seth a question? Well, actually, I'm going to make a statement, and if I'm incorrect, Seth can correct it. I think what happened at Clifton Court, and Seth, as I said, Seth can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Seth had requested a second snack machine, and I believe UC said no, but after he had requested the second snack machine, and I believe he had requested that prior to this, and then I think in that space they installed a farmer's fridge, or he got a farmer's fridge for him, but then they utilized that space for farmer's fridge, and then said, there was no room for a second snack machine. If I have that correct, and I may not, so.
100%.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The university saying, any university, but I'm just talking about UC in this example, but if the university, and I have one of these buildings that's a major example of not enough capacity for snack machines. Now, they haven't asked for a farmer's fridge, surprisingly yet, but the Bureau has asked several times over the years for us to be able to put an additional snack machine. There's an adjacent wall and more than enough space for an additional snack machine, and they always say no. And I'm just waiting for the farmer's fridge request. Not going back to UC or the university and in general, and saying we have a need for additional capacity for snacks or drinks, whatever the case may be, where we're getting 100% of the profits and not just a small commission. I mean, that's contrary to the program. The idea is for us to make money. You know, why would we be trading a small commission over 100% of the profit? I don't think, I think it's almost catering to the wants of the university over the concerns of the operators or the needs of the operators is what's happening. And I've never thought that was appropriate, but I definitely think it's the case.
Mr. Chair,
Yvette?
I don't understand why we can't do both. I'm not sure why we can't offer them the fresh food and all that. And I do understand the university is they represent our customers. I mean, you know, so you kind of do a little bit of pandering, you know, catering or whatever. I understand that, but I can't see. Are you the operators? Are you willing to get into the third-party contract? I understand the issue. I think we just discussed this on our last meeting, that they jumped the gun and the people are there. Have we been able to remedy anything with the folks the third party that's there now? And can't we do both? Why can't you do both? Could it get your extra machines, let's do the fresh foods, or you guys are not interested in doing that? Because I think that's the answer. Are we, you know?
Mr. Chair.
Dave.
Did I miss I was out of the room for a minute. Did I miss the follow-up about the third-party machines?
This is it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if, I didn't hear the follow-up if there was some.
Yeah, I think we went for about 10 minutes while you were gone, Dave.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Seth.
just Yvette, to answer your question,
Yes.
I believe every operator on UC has third-party machines as of right now. We're already running them. The question was about the Bureau installing machines and therefore requiring us to sign with certain operators. Because again, even if they want a robotics room, I don't think that they have the right to say, we want a Max Pizza machine as opposed to we want pizza.
And Mr. Chair, I agree with you, Seth, but I think they do have a right to say, we want pizza, how are you going to provide that? That's the crux. And I hear what you guys are saying, that, you know, there's a need for another snack machine, and we have asked for Clifton Court. And it is, this is probably, we're not, you know, it's a tough thing where you guys are like, we want to make money and I want you to make money, I do. But the university's saying we want fresh food, not a second snack machine. And then we've got the law that we can push back and say, too bad, too sad, you see. We demand a second snack, you're not getting your fresh, which isn't serving their student body. And then we're back here again. So that's the cycle and the circle, and there's no easy answer. And
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Yes, Berna.
I wonder if there are other university sites who have kind of, maybe a little further along the road, have worked some of this out, maybe consulting with operators there and the consultants, and seeing what has worked so that we can try to bring that to play at UC.
I think the involvement with third parties is pretty limited around the, I don't think there's many, I actually don't know of any that universities are doing any third parties, except there might be an isolated farmer's fridge. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Dave.
We have 3 Max Pizza machines that are installed on UC's campus by the Bureau, and they're under contract with no one. No one is getting paid anything for those machines. And that's a major problem, unless the Bureau signed a contract with Max Pizza that we don't know about. No operator is getting paid for that. And that's, I mean, that's really against our priority as far as I'm concerned. I think that was a major misstep on the Bureau's part. Unless they're allowed to do this outside of operators, That's a major concern. I think all the farmers' fridge have been accounted for. But again, to allow a third-party machine to go in space that could be used for a second snack machine when the operator says, hey, yes, we need additional capacity here. It's up to, if UC wants a farmer's fridge machine, it's up to them to create enough additional space for that plus the necessary capacity that we need. And I don't think anyone is trying to deprive them of a farmer's fridge. But if we have priority there and we feel it's necessary to have additional snack machines, then the burden is on UC to create enough additional space for both. So we're not trying to prevent them from getting a farmer's fridge, but we're trying to address our need for additional capacity. This isn't really a hard thing to navigate through, but it's a matter of there's too many people in the communication chain that are. I don't think we're all on the same page as far as thinking goes.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I have a question for Dave. Have you reached out to Max Pizza for an agreement or commission? The Bureau does not have any agreement with Max Pizza. Let me make that perfectly clear. If that's in your facility, you should, I think it's on you, that it was clear with the committee a year ago, should contact Max Pizza and get into an agreement with them so you can get a commission with them.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
With all due respect, if I would have had anything to do with installing those machines, I would have an agreement with Max Pizza in place. Before any third-party machines are ever installed on campus, there should be an agreement in place. And that didn't happen here, and that's a problem. There's 3 machines down there that are operating, and nobody's getting paid for them.
Mr. Chair.
Seth?
I would like to point out that under ORC 3304, we run this program within the rules of the Randolph-Shepard Act. And the Randolph-Shepard Act clearly states that if any machine is on property and not being given to a blind operator, then it is the responsibility of the SLA to go to the property manager and assure that all profits from machine sales go to. You can shake your head all you want, but that is part of the Randolph-Shepard Act.
Mr. Chair?
Annette?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's part of the Randolph-Shepard Act on federal property. It's, there's nothing on state property that gives what's considered direct or indirect competition money for machines that are operated by other parties. Examples of that are like Elkton Prison. Right now, we're getting money from Elkton Prison because we're not running it. Or if somebody else came in, even at Wright-Patterson, because it's federal property, and ran something, then you're absolutely correct, we would. But the law is very clear, that's only on federal property, not on state.
Mr. Chair,
You have it?
my question is, since Tanya had a contact with someone with Max Pizza and all of this, couldn't they assist Dave, Seth, and everyone into trying to bring them back to the table to talk about how they get into the contract with them? Because I can see this Max Pizza saying, "Whoop, I'm here already. I don't care to talk to you guys." You know what I mean? So I believe that the Bureau would have to be involved in getting that communication going in order to resolve the issue.
And Mr. Chair.
Dave?
I 100% agree. Whoever installed the machines, the responsibility is with them to make sure a contract was either in place before the machines were installed and certainly after the machines were installed. It's their responsibility to make sure that something happened so that the operators are benefiting from those machines being there.
Mr. Chair.
Frank?
I hear Christie, she talks about us being good partners. The one thing I will say is, on the flip side of that, we need UC to be good partners as well. And yeah, I know it's mutually agreed upon, and we need to try and work with them. What they need, we need them to try and work with us. For example, I will say, the situation at Clifton Court, maybe somebody with the business enterprise program, as far as a second snack machine, maybe the program can have a conversation with somebody involved in that and say, hey, is there a way to work this out or to work through this to where our operator gets a second snack machine in some form or fashion, and to where it'll help him maintain better service at that particular building or in that particular building. And yes, some way, somehow allow them to, and I don't know what the room, I don't know what the space constraints are in that building, haven't been there, don't know anything about it. But also find a way for them to be able to keep their farmer's fridge machine. I believe there's a solution there. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. And, you know, the one thing I don't think any of us want to do is we don't want to do anything to make that situation worse, though, either. So those are just my thoughts on it, trying to figure out a way to navigate through all of this. The other thing is, I was going to say, I hope either Dave or somebody in management or the consultant or somebody can convey to UC that, I guess it would be Dave at this point, has reached out to Just Baked and has actually spoken with someone, but that Just Baked, you know, I don't want to say it like this, but as Dave said it, said they were pretty backed up and it's going to take a while. So just so UC knows that they're not being ignored or overlooked, that people are working on, the operator's working on it and did reach out and send an email, filled out the forms, did everything that was needed to be done, and then followed up when he heard nothing with a phone call and the, you know, what he was told on that call, so UC's quote unquote in the know. So,
Mr. Chair,
Yvette?
I'm sure to have the jury stop to see if the UC has a liaison with these companies or someone that they're dealing with specifically, so we can get, this doesn't have to be a stalemate. It is, we should be giving the UC what they like. They're serving their client, their customers, you know, and all that. But we also need to make sure that these operators that's there are made whole and getting some kind of communication that, yeah, you jumped the gun and we put these machines in place before, but it, you know, all should not be lost. It should be a way to bring them, you know, these companies back into compliance as far as what, you know, working with the operators and stuff, not just letting it go and then, you know, but we know that they want hot food. I don't think any of the operators said they're not willing to give them hot food, whatever, work with these companies, just they wanted to be in a contract first.
Mr. Chair,
Dave?
I have a question that mainly for the Bureau, but I would be interested in hearing what other people's opinions are. How do you think we should deal with UC subsidizing farmers' fridge machines to meet their minimum sales requirements to stay on campus? But the operators are not getting paid the additional commission from the subsidy. I think that's a really shady way to do business. I don't think the SLA should let that go at all. They're basically conspiring with Farmers Fridge to steal money from the operator.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yvette?
Dave, let me understand you right. In order for them to keep Farmers Fridge there on the base, there on the campus, they're subsidizing Farmers Fridge losses, or what is?
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
But the operator is still getting something from that.
We, Mr. Chair, we are getting the commission based on the report. They report the sales to us, but the sales are never they're never the minimum. They're only the sales that the machine actually makes, and then I'm guessing UC pays them the difference between the actual sales versus the required sales, but we don't get the additional commission on the subsidy.
But
if they don't meet their minimum sales, eventually Farmers Fridge they'll pull the machine.
Right. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
But you all are still getting something from the machines that you all don't really service. They're servicing them, right? And I do understand what you're saying, but they're servicing them, right? I'm just thinking, how long are they gonna be there? They're trying to keep them there, so that's why they're subsidizing their loss, right?
Mr. Chair.
I don't know how you will be able to.
Dave.
My opinion about that is two things. A, we should get the commission on the additional subsidy. That's my main thing. My other thing is if they're willing to subsidize low-performing Farmers Rich machines because they just really want them there, and the sales are obviously not necessarily there. So that's a university want, not a need. Why wouldn't they be willing to subsidize our low-performing machines as well?
Well, I guess I'd have to say that one of the facilities on the University of Cincinnati campus did $66,000 in sales last month, so I doubt they need much of a subsidy. And I think that this idea of Farmer's Fridge, this is a interesting topic, but that's your contract. If you're unhappy with the way Farmer's Fridge is dealing with you, you should let them know that if they're being subsidized and your contract says you get a percentage of the revenue from that machine, then you should hold them to that if that's what your contract states. And I don't know what the Bureau can do about that. I mean, since it's not their contract.
But Mr. Chair, they arranged to have one of the Farmers Fridge installed, and likely will arrange for another one soon with the Spencer location. And the same thing will happen at those locations as well. This is being hidden as best as possible. Farmers Fridge will not discuss any subsidy. UC, we don't really have contact with anyone who would address it, but I'm completely certain that they wouldn't touch it. It's basically being hidden from us so that we don't ask too many questions about it.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Annette.
if you think UC is paying a subsidy to do a public records request to UC, they would have to give you any information about contracts with Farmers Fridge, because if they're paying them, there's something signed somewhere that they're going to do that. There would be some interaction between the two. It's a public records. I would request you, before you pursue it, find out what's going on and get the public record.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Dave.
We've done that. We have a heavily redacted document that clearly shows a $33,000 or $31,000 subsidy paid to Farmers Fridge by UC.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Then I would look at your contract and see if your contract with Farmers Fridge requires them to give you the commission based on that. If they do, if you're arguing with them that that's sales, Derek was absolutely right, that your beef is with Farmers Fridge for not giving you the money on that. There's nothing the committee can do about that. That's your guys' contract with them. If they're not fulfilling it, then you need to go after them.
Mr. Chair, my opinion of that is not a very good one. Nobody would really like it. They're basically conspiring with another entity to take money from me. My first reaction with Farmers Fridge is to make them take their machines and go home.
Seth?
If the contract is with me,
Seth?
Mr. Chair, so we agree to these contracts. We're in the contracts. The contract states that if the machine makes under $2,500 a month, it can be removed. And after a year, it can be removed by either party at any time. If we remove machines that do not make those minimums, is the Bureau then going to go back behind our backs and waive it so UC can put it back in on their own contracts? Because that's what you're saying you want to do now. Either we agree to these robotics room or we give UC the ability to run them. At what point in time do you guys back us up with if these machines are not profitable and we have them removed per our contracts, are you going to then waive it for the university to bring these machines back and continue to pay subsidy to keep them there.
So, Mr. Chair, are you suggesting, Seth, that if an operator chooses after a year to remove those machines? So, I don't know what's gonna happen. I can tell you what I think might happen is that, I don't know what the profitability, like if an operator, like what determines profitability, that you're not getting enough commission, or that, I think there's a difference between if Farmer's Fridge wants to bow out, I don't know about the whole subsidy, or if you just don't want that, there's not enough commission and you'd rather have a snack machine there, I don't know. Help me.
May, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Farmers Fridge, per their contract, $2,500 a month.
Mhm.
It doesn't, in fact, Farmers Fridge, except for Nikki Gayco's, for any machine that goes in anywhere, it does not make $2,500 a month. Part of the contract is that the person that will make up to $2,500 a month for Farmers Fridge. So that is waived because of Nikki Gayco's and the Federation, or I forget what he actually runs. So that we get paid from dollar one. That is in our contracts. But the contracts clearly state $2,500 a month. They can have it there 8 months. If it's making $1,000 a month, they can remove it. If it's making under $2,500 a month. So that would be my litmus test. If it's not generating $2,500 a month, it sells.
So again, Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure if it's not making $2,500 and Farmer's Fridge is like, we're out of here. And again, the need of the students, if I don't know about the subsidy or not, I'm not gonna waive it at that time, I'm not. But if an operator, if it is making $2,500 and an operator wants to get out of the contract, wants them to remove it, then I think the need is, how are we gonna provide fresh salads? Not, because that was the initial need. How are we gonna provide fresh salads? And we can either provide it by putting in a cold food, putting in a micro market or a variety of things, or we can waive it. But I don't know. That's a very hypothetical thing, and we're not there yet. We're trying to still set this stuff up. Again, I agree with Annette on the whole subsidy. I know that, you guys we as a program have a need. It's to provide Snacks Pop, to provide a service, whatever service that is, on vending, open food if we have that opportunity, coffee shops. The grantor, whether it's at a university, whether it's at a state building, has specific needs. Sometimes those needs are ridiculous. They are, pie in the sky. What was it, a Chinese restaurant at Wright Pat at one point, we're like, yeah, right. But sometimes it is, even if it is an unrealistic thing, people try it, maybe it fails, did that at City Gate, at some other places, maybe it is successful, but they have a need for their customer. And I think with Farmer's Fridge, and I was on those initial calls too, was, it takes a while to get a new thing up and running. You hear like even new businesses, it might take a couple years to be profitable. I think that they're trying, but I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what's going to happen in 6, 7, 8 months. I know that there are high performers and then there are low performers, even amongst us. And Seth, you do an excellent job where, you've taken some loser vending machines knowing that it comes with winners at, the county route. You get that. And I think, again, it's just the need of the university for these third parties. And that competes with our need. So how do we solve that? That's the question.
Mr. Chair.
Seth.
I would just say that if a machine is only selling at $1,000 a month, and that's under, well under what the company says that they need to make, that is not a need, that is not a customer-driven need from the university. At that point in time, I can sell whatever I want, and if nobody buys them, it's not that I need to keep selling them because my customer wants them. Customers don't want them. That's why they're underperforming machines.
Mr. Chair.
Dave.
My primary thing here is not to get rid of Farmer's Fridge. Okay, my primary thing is, first off, I don't think any Farmer's Fridge is not going to be profitable because we get a commission and we don't have to touch them. So that's all profit. But when our partner, UC, is conspiring with Farmers Fridge to subsidize those machines to keep them on campus and keep us from getting our percentage of that. They're not being a good partner. And the Bureau, if they don't address that, is not advocating for the operators at all. Not well, they're just not doing it at all. Farmers Fridge is obviously trying to maximize their profits at our loss, of course, because they don't want to pay us the additional commission. None of that's okay. But in order for us to, Farmers Fridge will not talk to us about it. Believe me, I've pushed pretty hard with several of them, and they will not talk about it. UC is tight-lipped about it. They won't even talk about it either. And, you know, we don't get to have enough conversations with UC people to address this. So the only way to address it is if the Bureau does it.
Mr. Chair,
Sally?
in the interest of time, can I suggest we move on?
I'll second it.
Keith seconded that? I guess I can let Sally make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Orville?
So with Marion Spencer, are we going to put that out as a side announcement?
Mr. Chair,
Frank?
I would say we can post it, if we are time crunched. We can, if we have someone ready, willing, and able to temp it, that's fine too. It will be posted at some time. Like I said earlier, the committee chose to go ahead and post Market Point earlier in the spring or summer, whatever it was. I don't really have a preference either way. I think whatever, and I'd like to hear what Dave has to, and other committee people, however, whatever the committee decides. But from my point, whatever we need to do, especially if we have somebody who's willing to temp it, and then if that person temps it, they probably hopefully will apply for it. I will say that operator's probably going to just have the same issues with Just Baked that Dave's running into though, so that's on everybody's radar.
Did that answer your question, Orville?
Mr. Chair, yes, we're going to.
Okay. All right. Statewide meeting. Lindsay, anything controversial? Should I move on to something else to give us a breather, or?
Yes, this is good news. So we found out that we, as OOD, have contracts with specific places in Ohio. So the Drury Inn, which we've mentioned before, the one in Polaris does have the availability for the May 2nd and 3rd that we wanted. So if that is an okay place for everyone, me and Christy are gonna go next week to check it out. But it does have a ballroom and it does have an additional meeting room. There's restaurants around it. They have a restaurant inside.
Do they have a bar?
Grassy area, huh?
Do they have a bar?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
Mr. Chair, Lindsay and I will scope that out.
Tough job.
And then they also allow for a box lunch with a $100 service charge, but they also have a catering company that they use. So if we use them, we don't have the service charge. So I will contact the guy and let him know to get on blocking rooms out. If everyone is good with the Drury Inn.
Mr. Chair, you
Give it.
said you haven't checked it out yet, Lindsay?
No, not in person.
Maybe we should do that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Chrissy?
can I add some stuff? So again, Lindsay and I have been working with our fiscal for months to do an RFP, and then at the last minute, we were told, well, you don't have to go through that process, which is a lengthy process, has to be bid for 30 days. Then, you know, they were saying that we probably wouldn't even have a contract until February. So the Drury and also state parks are also an option. We've reached out to Deer Creek. We've not heard. She's called numerous times. So I do think it's at the Polaris area. It's kind of near the IKEA area. It has an in-place restaurant. I do think that this, free parking, we don't have to worry about that. Still centrally located, but not downtown. Has grass space for dogs. So I'm excited. I really am. And they have our dates available. And,
Mr. Chair,
Annette?
two things. One, I think you should go ahead. I mean, it's not gonna be worse than last year. Make sure they ask if they have working toilets.
That's my question.
But other than that, I know we're not doing subgroups or work committees or whatever we wanna call them anymore, but if, you need, someone to, throw ideas off of or something, give me a call. And I'm sure other folks would do the same.
Mr. Chair, as Secretary, may I make a statement?
Please.
All I ask is that if we do decide to have it at the Drury Inn or whatever, all I ask is if they decide to install an HVAC unit at the top of the building, that they at least give us 24 hours notice before they do it, so we can call out transportation.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't matter, 24 hours, 12 hours notice.
What was that, Mr. Chair, an HVAC unit, what did you say?
I'm referring to 2 years ago when they referred to the downtown hotel, speaking in jest, where they installed the HVAC unit and blocked off the entrance to the hotel.
Good times.
I'm referring to, I'm speaking in jest, I'm referring to the Sheraton downtown.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
do we have 1 second to talk about upward mobility? Or do you want me to wait until anything else?
No, we can talk about upward mobility.
So Blast is coming up. So it looks like from the agenda, there's 5 upward mobility sections, that range from 30 minutes to 3 hours. So we were thinking maybe do like 2 upward mobility points for the whole Blast, or are you guys wanting to do 1 upward mobility point per session? How?
Mr. Chair, there's gonna be a lot of operators. We've got a handful of operators, which is awesome, great. We just want advice and consistency on, how many upward mobility, because again, that affects selections. And we wanna be consistent on that. And looking at the rules, upward mobility, it's for licensees. There's also, and I'll remind everyone too, that if a licensee or an operator who's under a BOA does MORs, they can write off $2,500 for training. So we just want to make sure Blast is in a couple weeks, that consistent messaging and people are aware up front.
Mr. Chair,
Yvette?
currently, we can't, we don't do more than what, 3 or 4 points for upward mobility?
There's a maximum of 4 available in a selection, yes.
Okay, and Lindsay, your question is, are we changing that? Is that what your question
No,
is?
Mr. Chair, it's how many points should you get for attending Blast? Okay.
Just say 1.
Mr. Chair, I think Annette will disagree.
Well,
I
if,
didn't hear the statement, Mr.
Oh.
Chair, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, Annette.
I was gonna say, what I'm disagreeing to, I don't know, because I didn't hear the statement.
Chair, Yvette said 1 point.
It's,
Mr. Chair,
Seth?
why don't we just do by topic as we do with every other thing? I mean, if it's
Yep.
I've gotten a point for a phone call. So, I mean, if
Yep.
we're gonna, for consistency, if you attend all 5, then you should have the ability to get 5 upward mobility points.
Yep.
And as a secondary question, is this a blanket approval for anybody to approve Blast for the pre-approval of the 2,500? Or do we still have to get pre-approval?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so you do need to get pre-approval, but it's just an email to me and your consultant mean, you know, it's nothing fancy like that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you can put it on your November MOR. Don't forget.
So, Mr. Chair, so, you know, one of the things with upward mobilities, and we've talked about this for years, that there's no, like, why is it like a 1 day, 6 hour, you gotta travel down here for a Schaefer training is 1 point, where a hour and a half webinar is 1 point. And, you know, even the inconsistencies with the BLAST agenda, where one is like a half an hour, where another one's 3 hours. And I don't think, again, that we're going to take this time to solve that issue. And if everyone is fine with 5 points because there's 5 upward mobilities, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But know that people that don't go to BLAST in a year when they are out of a training because someone got 5 points but you can only get 4 are going to question that. I'm still okay with it. We do need to solve eventually the what, you know, what equates a upward mobility point.
Mr. Chair,
Yvette?
so you're saying when they go to BLAST, they get 2 points currently? I'm trying to understand.
So, Mr. Chair, Yvette, the agenda that came out
Mhm.
has 5 sessions that specifically say upward mobility.
Mhm.
And so what was proposed here is to make it easy, they just get a point for each of those sessions that they attend.
This is, Mr. Chair, this is the problem with that. Not every operator has the opportunity or can afford or do any of this of traveling. BLAST is one trip. You're not going this month and then you go to another one next month. It should be 1 point to attend these upward mobilities, and just like what we've been doing, you come to statewide, and that's when you get, what, 2 points or something like that? I just feel like we're when we do that and start adding for each session, you go to all this other kind of stuff, adding those points up, first of all, it's really at a disadvantage of those people who do not have someone to take them to these things and can't travel like that. You know, if you're doing the upward mobility, no matter the time that you're spending on it, unless like you all have done in the past, you did like a 2-part thing. If you attended, you know, this month for this and that month you get, you know, credit for that or whatever. I think it's a disadvantage to those people who cannot do it.
Mr.
You know,
Chair?
Some of us have spouses that we can travel and go to, but some people don't have someone to take them.
Lindsay, you promised this wouldn't be controversial.
I was going to say she lied.
She did.
Annette and Derek.
Okay, I'm gonna offer a compromise. We have it in our rule, even though it's not considered upward mobility statewide. Statewide is a day and a half. People get 2 points. There is, I would say, 2.5 days of actual programming at BLAST on there. It goes over a 4-day period, but there's some food shows and other things going on. But 2.5 days per se of programming. I wouldn't think it shouldn't be less. I don't think necessarily someone should get 5 points. That they put that in there as upward mobility number 1, number 2, number 3 on the agenda. I don't know that we need to count that, but I don't think it should be less than what we do for our own statewide. So my suggestion would be 2 points.
I can second that.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Lindsay.
one last thing. Sorry, this one should be fine. The AMS machines are changing, so they won't be changing until the beginning of 2025. But I'm trying to get with Marty from Schaefer to get an upward mobility for that. He was thinking around March. Should we do it the day before OVRC? Or should we just do it a completely different week? What would you guys prefer?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to say the day before OVRC sounds sensible.
So I guess my question is, how are they changing such that they need actual hands-on training? And if this is a widespread thing, we want to ensure that as many people as possible have access to it. And maybe that's something that needs to be roving to different areas of the state and all of that kind of stuff, unless I'm misunderstanding what the need really is.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I've talked about that, I have to talk to Marty about it, but yeah, that's something that we've thought of. But that doesn't answer my question about Marty. Sorry. I can totally go with him and we can go to the different sections, I'm fine with that. But for the people that are in Columbus, I guess we can just figure it out then.
What's the nature of the changes that it requires training?
Mr. Chair.
I mean, is it programming changes or
Yes.
the? Okay, so in order to program the machines, it's a new way of doing it. Okay.
Mr. Chair, it's
Yeah.
supposed to be more blind friendly, is what we're told.
Ah,
Good.
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Seth.
is this only on new machines or is this reprogramming of all AMS machines? Because we're spending $3 million on machines. Are we buying things that are going to be obsolete in 6 months?
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding it'll be on the new machines. But don't quote me.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, dude.
are we just buying specifically AMS machines again, or is it just, is it still operator choice?
I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I was just speaking to my consultant 2 weeks ago. She told me it was my choice. I said AMS, so don't let anybody get mad. Actually, I said whatever's cheapest for the program.
I'll love you.
Mr. Chair, but Lindsay's question was, do we want to do the training before, when to do the training, and Keith said do the training the day before our meeting. So do we need to vote on that?
Mr. Chair, if we're gonna take it around the state, I don't know that it really needs to be the day before OVRC.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
why don't we put them also, well, the Schaefer usually comes to statewide, but we could even do like a little demo as part of the general session of statewide, where they have the machine up there and they can kind of talk folks through it. So if somebody can't go, at least they know what's going on, and they would have it in the, if we do an exhibit room or, I don't know what we're gonna do yet for statewide, but if we do something like that, it can be there as well. But maybe give them, 20 minutes, whatever, on the agenda to even talk folks through and let people know what the upcoming changes are, and then we can kind of go from there. See how tremendous the changes are before we decide on a big statewide project. They might be pretty simple.
And it also might be beneficial to, if a person receives one of these new machines when it's installed, to have a person available to familiarize them with that, if it's a significant enough change. Because obviously, 75 operators aren't all going to get new AMS machines next year. It's going to be a limited number, and it might be better to specifically target it on the spot to the people when they're installed. To the operators who have them installed, rather than try to cover everybody, some people won't even know whether they'll be affected by this or not. Or you could just do it all. Day before the next OVRC meeting, statewide, individually, move it around the state.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I agree. It should just be if somebody gets the new machine that needs to know how to program it, it should be.
Yep.
Why train 75 if
Yep.
not all 75 need?
Mr. Chair, that's
Keith.
why I made the recommendation of the day before the OVRC meeting, because I'm gonna be one of them persons that's gonna get those machines. That's why it's important to me.
Well, anybody want to make a motion or anything, or you got what you want, Lindsay? Or
Mr. Chair, I did, thank you so much.
is there any chance you want to talk about the agenda for Friday at the statewide? have any proposals for topics or speakers, or are you open to ideas, or what's,
Mr. Chair, I am open to anything. I haven't done anything with the.
is a survey being sent out to operators a possibility to assist with that?
Mr. Chair, I love that idea, yeah.
There probably was some information post last statewide too, usually, isn't there? Or we didn't do a survey last year, did we?
Mr. Chair, we did. I think I only got like 5.
Oh, okay. All right, anything else on statewide? Boy, we're cruising. And Schaefer service calls, follow-up. There's been multiple issues and questions, and I know you guys were going to try to do some stuff, and there's currently some major issue with Mr. Cyrus's facility that he's concerned about and actually filed a grievance over. But so, again, we need to talk about Schaefer. And the reason this initially was on here was because there were questions about should we have special access for operators on those days when Schaefer's open and the Bureau is not. And I thought you guys were going to look at that. I don't know if we have yet or not. But there's also now other issues because not just Jim Cyrus, he's certainly concerned about their response to all of the troubles that he's had. If nobody knows, at the University of Toledo Health Campus, Jim Cyrus has had every single one of his vending machines, including his kiosks at his coffee shop, broken into at least one time in the last 2 weeks. It's quite problematic for him. I feel bad for the guy. It's just been brutal. But anyway, any updates on any of that stuff? I guess first the idea of operators being allowed to call Schaefer on holidays when Bureau's not available, or still looking into it?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we're still looking into it. Again, that would create a new system.
Yep.
And I need to talk to them about it. We are working better at, and now that we have, Ralph, who came on board this week, and he's going to be sending out the report that we can, and we're going to be talking to staff on a weekly basis on what's in progress, what's waiting for parts, I've been now looking at these reports more clearly. I think my staff get frustrated because I assume, and then I assume wrong. Sometimes the reports aren't, and they're coming from Schaefer, so we're extracting it. And so, I saw, for an example, that I'm like, Sally, there's 3 machines up in Anne Marie's area, 3 Bev Maxes. It's been waiting for parts since August. What's going on? And it found out that it was the same machine and it had been fixed. It just hadn't been updated. So we're working through that. And I need to talk to staff, and I need to talk to Schaefer and explain there are still issues when they have call-offs. When, I heard that at the last minute yesterday, a service was canceled, right?
An install.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, is there anything that I'm missing, Sally? That you want to add, or no?
Go ahead, Annette. Then
Okay, I was
Derek.
just gonna say, where are we on our contract with Schaefer? Where is it? How much longer do we have with it, the current agreement?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know off
Don't
my
know?
hand. I
Okay.
can research it.
Yeah.
We'll look. We'll look. Again, the reporting manager, who probably knows this off the
Top
off
of
her
her head.
head, is on a cruise right now.
Give her a call.
But
Yes, he'd answer very quickly.
I will, I will find out. And there definitely needs to be, we need now to talk about when we put out another RFP, what needs to be in there. But I need to have a conversation with Schaefer as well.
Can we also talk about the possibility of having more than one service provider? getting back to having multiple
Yeah.
service providers across the state, like area-wide and A&A and others that might be available. And
Absolutely.
is it possible for because I have talked to a couple people that really are genuinely concerned about this issue of Mondays, the Mondays where consultants aren't available. Is it possible at least to allow an operator to call Schaefer to put their call in the pipeline, pending, verification and entrance into the system the following morning and everything, but at least get them on the schedule so that they don't have to wait as long?
So, Mr. Chair, I absolutely think that's possible, and that'll be my first ask to Schaefer, and I think that is absolutely possible. And then, once I get confirmation of that, and those Mondays and those holidays, we can put that information out to all operators. So I will follow up with that this week.
Also, I did have and I think Annette was headed this direction probably, but I had a nice conversation with Jim Cyrus the other day, and we talked about some ideas from back in the day that never really went anywhere, but might be worth looking at again. And that is the idea of either the Bureau hiring techs and providing the service directly ourselves, or the possibility of creating facilities that actually are service repair providers, and that we could also probably with those things do better jobs of maintenance of our equipment as well. That actually doesn't happen much through Schaefer. Schaefer does very little in the way of maintenance. They mostly do repair. And then also there's the issue of storage and moving as well. And I know those are complicated. Those would be complicated endeavors, but they might be worth another look as we move forward. I think probably the better solution is to have multiple service providers. And also, one of the reasons that Schaefer ended up being a single service provider was the idea of having a centrally located storage was beneficial. I'm not even sure that that's the case anymore. We spend an awful lot of money on moving, and having a southwest and a central and a northeast storage areas might be more beneficial. I don't know. Stuff worth looking at anyway.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Dave.
I really like that idea, like having some type of some sort of facility that would provide maintenance for BE-owned equipment, or even storage. That's a great idea. I thought of that myself in the past a million times. I don't know why we haven't done that yet or even talked about it.
It would be, there's a lot of great ideas surrounding all of that, but any one of them would be actually hard to implement because of the bureaucracy and the way the procurement and all of those kinds of things. Recruiting people into the program to have the expertise to manage things like maintenance, and does that now become a part of our training? I mean, it's easier said than done, certainly, but it's definitely worth exploring all of the ideas that are out there. Anyway, so that leaves us with, unless anybody has anything else on Schaefer service calls, that leaves us with inventory and rules. It is 11:45. It's just not very exciting in here today without Dean Hamilton and Mark Woods. I don't think we're having as much fun as we usually do. Do we want to spend the afternoon, to go to lunch, spend the afternoon on inventory and rules? Or do we want to push on through to 1 o'clock, get done what we can with inventory and rules and leave? I'm open to any suggestion. If we're going to do lunch, we'll do lunch now. If we just want to plow through for an hour and 15 minutes and get inventory and rules done?
I also had
Huh?
the colleges I mentioned earlier.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Why don't we tackle that?
Are there any other things being temped that need to be looked at? Sally Orville, do you have anything other than what John mentioned earlier in his public records request? Not public records request, his public comment. Goodness gracious.
Mr. Chair, you do, but we need to do the research.
Okay.
And with Mark Wood not being here.
Yeah, he's part of that. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Frank.
I think Dave and I got an email from Orville, something about, was it the National Guard site in Woodlawn down in the Cincinnati area? I think from your email, Orville, Tanya suggested that it be attached to Cincinnati State. Have we posted that? I'm sorry, I don't remember. Have we posted that I don't think we had. I know Keith has been temping it, and I don't even know what the sales are for that site attachment, or for that site.
Mr. Chair, yes, Tanya, she did bring it up to me, and I said that I'll reach out to the local and let them know that I was going to bring it up. She said that it would be best to put it with Cincinnati State. It's like 20 to 30 minutes away from each other. Keith, and I wish Keith was here because he could speak more on how that's doing, but based off of the sales, it's 1 month it was $200, the following month it was $400. It was up and down, and I'm trying to get the sales, but I was going to ask that at the very end. But yeah, I just wanted to see if the committee would allow us to add the Woodland Armory to Cincinnati State when that posting comes out.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, what were the sales?
He's trying to pull.
Mr. Chair, one second.
And Keith is currently temping these?
Yes.
Is it just a snack and pop kind of thing, or a combi kind of thing, or
Mr. Chair, it's 3 machines.
3?
Mr. Chair,
Seth?
where is this located?
Mr. Chair, it's the Ohio National Guard Armory in Woodlawn.
Mr. Chair, you said that's 20 to 30 minutes away from Cincinnati State?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
as the operator of Cincinnati State, I believe this to my core. When this goes out as a facility, whoever gets it is most likely going to want to detach Harrison and Evendale because they are cumbersome, especially with the beauty of Cincinnati State is that you can have everything delivered there. You just need a ride to the facility to do it. So if we're talking about adding more things on half an hour away, it's just going to be detached anyways when somebody takes the facility.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that, Seth. Mr. Chair, the sales and Keith went into Woodlawn April of 2024. So the sales from April to September total is 2,700.
Does anybody want to do anything with that?
So,
Is Keith saying he doesn't want to temp it anymore, or?
Mr. Chair, I talked to him earlier, and he just like, oh, I gotta go fill it. So I wish that he was here so he can speak more on it. But that was a conversation that him and Tanya had in the past. And Tanya, she said that Keith was on board with it, but we can wait.
Yeah.
We can wait to have more conversation on that.
Now, these 4 universities that John was talking about, they're, university sites. And John's willing to continue to do them, but I think there are other operators in those areas that might be interested in them as site attachments. Is that the idea? So let's give it a try. Is that what you're suggesting, John?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I've temped them for several years. The numbers are what the numbers are. They're not looking to add anything else on them or anything like that. Again, they're not close to anything else. They're equal distances from a lot of places, but Yeah, at this point, I'll make a motion to put them out as site attachments and see if there's any interest in them.
Put them out as 4 separate site
Four
attachments.
separate site attachments. Yeah.
Make your motion.
Salem, Orville, Worcester, Mansfield. Between 7 to 13 machines at each location.
7 to 13?
13.
And what were the numbers again?
3,200 for Mansfield with 13 machines. 2,600 for Worcester with 13 machines.
Those are old.
$800 for Salem for 7 machines for the month of October. October.
Those are certainly over-equipped.
And, Mr. Chair, are these
Yes.
Ohio State University campuses?
Mansfield and Worcester are Ohio State. Salem is Kent. Orville is University of Akron.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I want to
Was
make
that
sure.
a motion?
Yeah,
There was a motion.
I made a motion to put them out as site attachments.
okay, those 4. And did you get that?
I did.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So you got the 4 locations and that
I
we
did.
want to put them out as site
Orville,
attachments?
Mansfield.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I just have a question because my geography is off. Is there any way feasible, and John, I'll completely rely on your answer for this, that they could all be put together and be a facility? Or are they just too far apart that wouldn't work?
Between Salem is just below Youngstown.
Well,
It's
yeah, that's pretty
130
far.
miles
Okay.
between Salem and Mansfield.
Yeah, that's pretty far, okay. I didn't have any clue where it was, so.
And then it's kind of a little diamond. Salem, Mansfield are east and west. Orville's a little north, and Worcester's a little south on Highway 30 going in between them.
Okay, that's their far
But
apart.
they're spread over 130
Yeah,
miles.
that's a,
Sally, did you have something?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we've not had a chance to discuss this with the local committee yet.
Yep.
So I'd really like to get their input before we put it out, John, just to make sure everyone's on board and make sure they didn't have any other ideas
Okay.
of what they wanted to do with those.
John?
I did speak with Kelsey this week. I spoke with Anne Marie last week when she answered Kelsey's phone. They just haven't relayed these out.
and
Well-
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's multiple local committees, it sounds like. Because I know Mansfield, that's mine and Dwayne, that's Toledo. So I guess we gotta talk to a bunch of them. We probably wait, I guess.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think we could have those conversations and then have some sort of decision at the next meeting.
But do we still have a motion, Mr. Chair?
We still have a motion. Unless somebody wants to withdraw it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I would like to get them out now so that they can be taken over in December and they're ready to be run when the students all come back in January. If we wait another month, we're probably looking at doing transitions in the middle of the school year in January.
Do you suspect, Sally, that there are going to be other ideas than just putting out as site attachments?
Mr. Chair, I honestly don't
Don't
know.
know,
And I believe Kelsey was waiting for some of the sales reports from you, John.
I sent them to her first thing this morning. She ain't waiting for me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I can only speak to the Mansfield one because I'm familiar with the area, but I know of nothing in that area that it could be anything else but a side attachment could be done. There's no other things around there that could be
Turned
hooked
into
to
a
it or turned
facility.
into a
Yeah.
facility or anything like that. So as far as that one goes, and Dwayne could probably speak up to it too, I have no problem with the one in our little corner of the state, which is in the middle of the state, but being put out for bid.
Yes.
For a side attachment.
This is Kelsey. John, I haven't received anything from you this morning, but I would suggest that you let me get those figures, compile all the numbers for all the sites and all the machines, because I imagine some of those buildings are dead and we could pull those machines out and then regroup. And I could have that next week for everybody.
Yeah, that would have been my biggest question. They seem to be over-equipped and not necessarily ready for prime time as site attachments. But
Mr. Chair?
yeah.
not one place out there has more than one snack, one drink. There's a lot of little buildings, there's no big buildings. I don't think anything's really over-equipped, it's just, it is what it is. There's no double snack machines takeout, no double drink machines. We just put 8 machines in between Worcester and Orville this summer.
Well, we have a motion, and John doesn't seem to be of a mind to withdraw it, so. Shall we vote? Annette?
I'm actually gonna say no.
Frank?
Yes.
John? And Keith is gone, and Yvette's gone, and Mark and Dean are gone. And it's 2-1. The representative from Zanesville votes no.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would suggest then that we get more information and talk to the local committees and find out more stuff. That's why I voted no, and I'm not opposed to the idea, but I think we need more information. So I think it should be on the agenda for the next meeting.
Agreed. All right, it's 5 to 12. Do we lunch and come back and do a whole afternoon, or do we do an hour and 5 minutes of inventory and or rules? I will leave it up to you guys.
Huh?
So we should tell them we already ordered.
Yeah, we got lunch coming.
All right, we'll be back. It is 11:55. We will be back at 12:50. Get back to order. Annette, you want to open things up with a story?
Well, I was going to say my first night at the blind school when I had to stay in the dorm as a 7-year-old child. We were in room 1 with 4 little girls in there. And yep, C3. And 2 of the girls started giggling in the room, and I was scared. It was my first night ever being away from home. And Miss Stanley, the house parent, came in and smacked both of them girls, like you heard a crack, like both of them so hard, yes.
I thought you were scared.
And they
before.
started crying, and I like hid under my covers, and I was crying. And Penny Marshall, who started the same day I did, she was in her other bed crying. That was the 70s at a residential school. You got smacked.
Well, on that happy
We can have a
note,
whole meeting about that.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to know.
Love to hear that.
You could smack about any school in those days.
30 minutes.
Hey, it didn't have to be a residential school. I mean,
Right.
Regular school, all the way.
The difference is you probably deserved.
Right.
all right, let's get started. We've got 2 agenda items left. We've lost some people. Frank and Dave left. We still have a quorum, though. There's still 4 of us here. So inventory discussion and rules discussions are what's left. So I'm guessing we're not going to go till 3 o'clock. There doesn't seem to be much energy or desire to continue, but we can go as long as we're accomplishing something. So do we want to start with inventory, take the temperature of the inventory discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have two things about that. One, did you reach out to RSA or RSA? Or
I did
no?
not.
Okay.
I did a bunch of personal research, but I wasn't able to get hold of Mr. Steele.
Number 2 is, again, we're going to blast in a couple weeks, and, I would like to ask my channels, Annette, I would
Yep.
like you to ask
I will.
other states and other state SLAs how they do it, and I think that maybe we can pick and choose how other people are doing it and come up with a process then. I think, I feel like we're for the last year, we've been debating the same stuff, and I don't know how to move the needle without some sort of push.
Yep.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
At Blast, we are doing, not only the SLA folks have a full day of training, I don't know what they'll hit on that.
Yeah.
But on the one day, the SLA has a roundtable that's outside of that formalized training. I believe it's going to be more of a Q&A. Committee chairs, vice chairs are having a roundtable that is Q&A with RSA folks specifically. So I'm going to try and get some answers specifically about some of that. I don't know that Mr. Steele is there. He's not on the agenda. But Jesse Hartle and Christine Grassman will be there as part of that discussion. So we'll try our best.
Thanks for joining us, Orville.
I thought he was on TV up there. I'm speaking out of turn.
Mr. Chair.
Nobody here but us chickens. Come on.
I love it.
All right. So are we done with that then? Inventory? Anybody? Rules. What we need to talk about with rules more than anything is what is our process going to be? I mean, that's my thought. But do we have a process in place? How do we want to proceed? And we'll just use Rule 3 as an example. We know we want to make changes. How do we want to accomplish the changes that need to be made? Do we try to draft language in the meeting? Do we try to come up with concepts of what we want represented in the rules and then allow somebody else that knows what they're doing to create the language and bring it back to us? I mean, those are the kind of questions I have. Yeah, John.
I like your second suggestion there. We lay out what we need and then let somebody who knows what they're doing write all the legal language out, and then we reread it and make sure it's what we want.
Is that a possibility though? And also it needs to be one or two people, not 6 different people, because you end up with different terminology and different types of language used, and that in itself can create confusion within rules. But is it a possibility to have 1 or 2 people who are capable of writing rule language effectively for us?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
My question is and Burnham could probably answer this, or Dimitri better than the BE folks. When Big OOD changes rules, which I know happens, who writes them? Because there has to be a rule writer somewhere in the cavernous entity of OOD. I'm sure there's somebody.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the program who wants to change the rules, whether that be
Okay, so
PR or
you
whatever, they kind of take a look at what the rule is and they get that in some type of editable format and then make changes to it. And then there's a process that it goes through, but there's policy coordinator and then it bounces to legal. I don't know if you can supplement, Demi, but that's.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Demi.
Yeah, so every program is a little bit different. So for example, I just helped the personal care assistance program redo their whole rules package, and a lot of that was conversations with them. What do you want? You know, they wanted to revamp a lot of things. So putting some draft language together, having our internal policy person look at it so that it was comporting with our internal policies. BE is a little bit different, obviously, because the program people, to a big degree, is the operators, right? But then there's also the staff that carry out the program. So, you know, I say all that to say, if you want a scribe, so to speak, I don't have a problem doing that or helping you do that. But I think from a functional standpoint, just making sure whatever you want changed, an effective way to communicate that out and make sure that the changes are actually what you want and that nothing's getting missed. You know, something as small as TBOA being missed in one subsection can cause a whole lot of hurt for a whole lot of people. So, you know, just a system to be very careful and make sure that there's no errors. But other than that, from a legal standpoint, I don't have any problem helping you all put it together. I just don't want to take it over from you, right? Because it's your, you know, it's your program.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
That's similar how we, back in the long ago day when we used to do rules. That's exactly what we would all sit around. We'd kind of debate the concepts, figure out what we wanted, and then one of the attorneys would come and sit at the meeting. And back then in the good old days, no offense, Dimitri, but we didn't have attorneys at all our meetings. But back then for rules writing meetings, we did, and they would. Put it on paper, and she would read it back to us and say, okay, this is what I have. And someone would say, no, that's not quite right. And it was pretty good though. I mean, it doesn't sound efficient, but it did work.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yvette.
So each of these rules that we're discussing, we're gonna discuss it in our meetings, right?
Yes.
And what language we wanna use, and then, because we're not talking about trying to do a committee or a subcommittee or anything on this. I mean, or is that what you're suggesting when you say 1 or 2 people? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Oh, I'm talking about a person who actually writes down the language that would become the rule. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. And that likely is not going to be an operator or a committee member. That likely needs to be somebody who has expertise. And an attorney is a good choice. There probably are some other administrative people that have the expertise as well, but I don't know who they are, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The one difference back then was we did do a subcommittee, and that's where a lot of the knockdown, drag-out debates took place. And then we would bring concepts back to the full committee and have more knockdown, drag-out sometimes. But a lot of times, some of those arguments would be through, and people would be fine with it and change things. Well, now we're going to do it in the full committee. That's how we operate now, and I agree with that. It takes out one of the steps. But yes, I think we should sit here, talk about what the rule is, how we want it to look, have someone like Dimitri or someone else, if the Bureau has someone else in mind, to draft the language and say, okay, is this, and read it back to us, is this right? They might have to take it a little bit and work on it outside of the meeting, but we would definitely see it, the finished product, before we would vote on it and pass it on through the full system. And Mr. Chair, I think we should do one. I know it's not popular, but I don't think we should wait and have to do the whole package. That will take years. When we're giving it an hour
At this pace?
at this table, even with special meetings, I don't see it happening. Right now, Rule 3 is in dire need of being fixed. And eventually we'll probably get into Rules 5, Rule 7 with the inventory and stuff. But right now, Rule 3 is the one. I don't think we should wait till we have answers on all the rules to hold up Rule 3. Once we get Rule 3 done, when we're all happy with it, I think we should take it through.
Didn't RSA
I don't
suggest that they would prefer not to do that unless that's all that we're doing? They don't want to see a rule here and 2 rules next year, and I thought I heard them say that out loud sometime. Am I mistaken?
I think that was with the TAC meeting, maybe?
That was one of the TAC meetings, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember.
And I thought I heard them say, we would prefer if you only have one rule to do, certainly, but we don't want you piecemealing it, one this year, one next year, that kind of thing. We would prefer either a single rule or a complete package.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think we could definitely make the argument that Rule 3 is a detriment to our program right now, the way it is.
Yeah.
And that it's necessary to correct it earlier.
Sure. Absolutely.
Rather than later.
Yep. And Lord knows when we'll have rules changes related to inventory.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think Rule 3, we need to focus on that. I think that there's some other notes that I've written down, that others have written down, that even if we don't fully wholesale, change a rule, we could still make tweaks and give it to them as a package and do this through.
Yeah.
And I think we need to figure that out too. But I know that's hard when you're going through line by line on one rule to kind of go the 50,000 feet view on the others. But, you know, I think that we need to, and maybe this, and we did this the last time, maybe, you know, you guys work together on a list of what you see as problematic. We work on a list that is problematic. Like, I'm looking at my rule book now. I always have a rule book that I take a red pen to for next rule suggestions. And this is just my writing and my commentary. Displaced operator, that's in the definitions. I'm like, there's confusion on the formula. You know, it says means an operator whose permanent facility has been permanently closed, temporarily closed, or whose net facility sales have been temporarily reduced by at least 50% for more than 2 weeks due to the remodeling or circumstances such as a strike or disaster. Should a facility be permanently closed, the operator shall be considered displaced only for 6 months. Displaced operator may receive fair minimum return payment. And I wrote, what about operators who temp? Do they still get a stipend or permanent? I think these are questions I have. And even now, like, confusion on formula. I don't know when I wrote that. Is there confusion? So.
Mr. Chair, I think
Yes.
that where it's been confusing is how people are calculating and invoicing for the fair minimum return. So there's not a standard way to do it, I guess.
Oh, to determine what qualifies as more than 50% of a loss of revenue?
Yes. Yes.
That, and then like how some people want to invoice for the whole month at once, some people want to do it week by week. It's just, everyone's doing it a little different, so.
Well, and I've always wondered what period of time do you base the calculation on?
Right.
Is it 1 week? Is it 1 month? Is it the whole year? What if you only had 50% for this 2 weeks, but then the rest of the year you weren't, and all of that? And how granular does that need to be?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
that's exactly what that confusion on formula meant, right, what you said.
Yeah.
So, but it's stuff like that that I think we need to look at. Records review, I wrote, this needs to better define. I have on here third-party agreements, we need to add that in there. I know. I don't have anything on the definitions. For eligibility, number 9, submits to a criminal background check showing no record of criminal activity. I wrote, this needs change as it contradicts Appendix A. Because Appendix A we added in there that says that, there are exceptions. One of the other things that we have decided on, recently on the rules is that we said that if someone comes back to the program, they can test out and not have to retest. Like after 5 years, you can take the final exam and then you don't have to, go through the modules. Well, that made sense when it was in-house. We can't do that now that it's Lighthouse. Now we can still say, okay, we've got someone that's coming back to the program. It's crazy for them to have to do a CBA or the initial interviews, but they can't test out. So we got to change that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, John.
I'm learning something new here. So if you're not running the stand, at which point does your license expire and you have to retest?
So, Mr. Chair, licenses cannot expire unless you have a 119 hearing. But what we have is that they can be inactive. And I think what we all came up with as a group that after 5 years, because things do change, technology, how things run, products, all that, after 5 years, you got to go through the training again. And while I, instead of talking out of my mouth, I should just tell you what it says. Let's see. A license becomes inactive if a person has not operated under a BOA or TBOA in the past 5 years. For a license to become active, a person must demonstrate eligibility to reactivate his or her inactive license. If there is proof of an existing inactive license, the person can be fast-tracked through a condensed training sessions to activate his or her license, which I think is still good and still accurate. This fast-tracking Training could be shortened if the person chooses to take and pass the licensure exam prior to retraining. Got it? That's a problematic now. B, if a person fails the licensure, he or she shall complete the online training. 2, if there's no proof that a person had a license, then he or she shall complete eligibility and training as prescribed. You know, another reason why we need to have people go through training again, because again, we had someone reach out, they're very interested in coming back to the program. They, you know, one of the first things we do they owe the program money? Nope, okay. But they talked to an existing operator, right? And the existing operator said, hey, this rest area is coming open. You should get back in so then you can get this rest area. But the rules have changed. It's not based off of seniority on your original license date. It's based off of work. So, you know, but they didn't know that.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think, when you're talking about process,
Mm-hmm.
to guide your discussion, 2 questions. What are the problem areas, right? So Christie's outlined some of them, there are lots more. And then what do you want to do about it? Not necessarily what every the and thee and thou has to say, but what change do you want to see? And then when you know that, that's where somebody like Dimitri can help put that into legal policy type, rule type language. But you got to know, like, so what's the problem? What do we want to do about it?
I have one quick question. So if ODOT leaves my facility closed for 5 years, I have to go through training again?
No.
I'm teasing.
So Chair, you would still be under your BOA.
Yeah. But it'd be an inactive BOA.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I have a question though.
Yes, you bet.
So, if, back to this issue, if someone is not been active in a program for 5 or 10 years, because I know we discussed this, and I thought that someone said they changed that in the last rule package, and then they decide to come and bid on them or get back in the program. And maybe before they was in the program for 20 years, do they still get that credit for 20 years, even though they've been out of the program for 10 years? I'm just trying to figure out, I thought you all said you made a change on that.
Mr. Chair, it's based on seniority work. It's work based on work.
Okay.
So if they got out of the program 10 years ago, but they had 20 years in, that still counts. And they would get it over someone, unfortunately, that's only been in the program for a year or 2. But if they, you know, have been out for 20 years, they worked for only a year and a half, 2 years, it used to be based off your license date, and that wasn't fair. It should be based off, just like state employees, and seniority should be based off of time worked, if that makes sense. Otherwise, we could have a lot of people coming out that got their license in the 90s, haven't worked at all, and even if they had to go through the training, the old rules would say they still would get the points and the seniority over someone who was fairly new. That's not broke, and that's the other thing. That's not broke. We just got to find the things that are broke.
Are we focusing on one rule or the whole thing?
That's the question.
Well, I mean, I think going through the definitions might help us identify areas other than Rule 3 that we might want to look at. Certainly Rule 3, just about every paragraph in Rule 3 needs adjustment somehow or other. We can agree on that. And then to identify other rules that won't need that much attention, but might need some small amount of attention, could be culled from going through the definitions perhaps quickly. I'm not quickly, but I mean, or maybe we can ask everybody to do some homework and come back with their own list of ideas for various things and just start working our way through them.
Or could you, excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
please.
just throwing this out there, maybe it's a terrible idea, but could you have people agree to take a piece of each of the rule and then bring it back and discuss what they came up with, or maybe, for that piece?
You mean subcommittees?
No, not subcommittees, subcommittees of one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when you
Yeah,
talk about
absolutely.
doing homework, instead of everybody
yeah.
doing all the rule, break it down.
Yeah, maybe say, Annette, which rule do you want, you
Yeah,
know?
which, a couple paragraphs, would
Keith,
you like
what
to
rule do
take
you want? Yeah,
3
yeah,
and you take 4, and I don't know if that would work, I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility.
And we only accept bad ideas here.
Great.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
again, Rule 3 is an issue.
major issue, yeah.
Rule 7, closing, opening, transitioning a facility or site, and that's where this inventory process, I think we have to figure that out, and that's
Yep.
gonna be part of it.
Yep.
More so than even Rule 5.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Is
Yvette.
it possible that we could, like you said, go do some homework on this as far as, we discuss what rule we all want to look at and have some, how long do we have to do this? And, that way we can go back, say, let's look at Rule 3 and whatever, just for example, 4, and when we come back to our next meeting, we all bring our own suggestions and think back to the next meeting. That way we're all on the same page and working on the same stuff. Is that possible? We say what we want to work on, if it's Rule 3 and whatever, and then we make our own notes, and then when we come back, we can discuss maybe whatever our ideas or something to our next meeting. Or will that take too long?
Yep.
Chair, I like it. Let's all look at Rule 3 before the next meeting, and I imagine a lot of us will probably come back with the same issues, maybe not the same solutions, but I'm sure a lot of us, we know a lot, all of us knows what a lot of the issues are, but maybe if we have several ideas that people came up with as solutions, we can kind of bunch that around. We did talk a couple meetings ago.
Yeah, we did
a lot of work
we
on
did
Rule
cover
3.
some of Rule 3. And I think Rule 3 is so broken that that's not as much of an issue. We can just start at the top of
Yeah.
Rule 3 and work our way down. And
Yeah.
just identify issues. But other rules where there might need to be small tweaks is what needs to have a broader identification made of all the little things that are in there. And there's also some things probably in Rule 3 that we might want to look at that will affect other rules. So, but yeah, Rule 3 is, I mean, just about everything we talk about in the meetings lately has to do with Rule 3. I mean, today we talked about, we had a long conversation about upward mobility. That's a huge part of Rule 3. Maybe we should, we've got a little time. Let's talk about what should that look like related to the selection process. We talked about lates today. That's obviously a big issue. Let's talk about lates regarding selections, and that's one that actually affects other rules as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
What if each OVRC district,
Mhm.
I think Rule 3 needs all hands on deck.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
all need to. But what if each OVRC district
Mhm.
took 2 rules and made their suggestions out of it, and then we could pass it to the next area? And just either keep trading them or just have them reviewed at a meeting? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my thought.
Or Rule 3 is the most important one. Let's start plowing through Rule 3 and
Let's just
practice, and I do believe we'll identify other rules that need fixed by going through Rule 3. I also believe we'll identify other things that need fixed by going through the definitions. I mean, would anybody object right now to let's roll through the definitions and somebody can take notes? I mean, read a definition and if nobody says anything, then move on to the next one.
All
And
right, Mr.
will that work?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's get something done.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I have a question. Sally or Debbie, who's going to be the scribe on this? And one of the issues that we had last time, which was problematic, was we had 17 different versions, which was crazy. And we need to work on, I think, the SharePoint. And Debbie, do you mind working on that?
Except she'd have to be here every meeting.
And I can request that. I mean, she's generally here on Fridays. I can request it because they're right. I mean, historically, I think, and that was spot on, that lawyers did not normally attend these meetings until the rule process came up. And then the last rule process, it got very confusing because we kept on changing attorneys because they kept on leaving. So,
And committees.
Yeah.
And COVID.
And the committee changed 3 times during the.
Yeah, it did. So that was we didn't have consistency. When we had consistency, it was great. When we didn't, and it was up to me to keep track of it, it fell apart. So, yeah. Can you help? Do you know where the latest draft is? That I think you worked on it.
It's only the draft of Rule 3
Right,
that we
which
worked
is,
on.
I
It's
think,
in the
what-
management draft.
Can you share?
I thought we were gonna do definitions.
No, I think they wanted rule
No,
3.
let's do definitions.
No, we want
today.
to, we want to roll through just real fast, just to get some steam going. Let's just read through the definitions, and if we,
Someone say stop.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
So we don't have the
are we
definitions.
referring to
draft.
the latest rules of 2022?
Yes.
yes,
Okay, I want to make sure that there's not another word now.
Mr. Chair, what?
there's 17.
What are we talking about, changing definitions or?
No, we're going to go through the rules and use that as this is a definition we think probably is not going to get touched. This is a definition that probably needs changed, and it also leads us to a part of a rule that might need also to be changed. I'm just you wanting to use that as a roadmap for identifying some things outside of Rule 3, just to get us started.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Would you like me to start?
Yeah.
With, this is definitions.
Yeah, Rule 1,
Okay.
definitions.
The following terms are used throughout Chapter 3304-121 Administrative Code. A, accessible format means the format requested in writing by the operator and kept on file by the business enterprise program that informs the program of how an operator wishes to receive documents, information, forms, BE computer programs, and other correspondence sent by the program, including but not limited to regular mail, large print, braille, or electronic mail.
Doesn't seem like we need anything there, do we?
No.
Go ahead. No, we don't have to do this if people don't have this.
No, I think we should, Mr. Chair.
B,
I mean, it's that or plow into Rule 3 or adjourn.
Let's do Rule 1.
B, active engagement means an operator is the manager of an assigned business operation, and the operator or a designee is physically present at a vending facility at least once every 30 days. So, Mr. Chair, I'll tell you, I'm a little confused by this one. I know in later rule, we talked that they have to meet with their consultant once a year
In the facility.
in the facility. I know that if someone is off on vacation or out, they're supposed to inform the Bureau. I'm not quite sure where this active engagement is linked to.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no.
It does come, it's Rule 4, and I know, and it does say similar to what you're saying. You have to meet with the consultant once a year, but I think in Rule 4, it does refer to active engagement. So we should probably see what Rule 4 says and see if that's, if that goes in line with what that definition is. Because there's no way, we can put that in the rule, the active engagement thing. Someone should be in their facility once every month, or have somebody at least show up there once a month. There's no way to monitor that.
Mr. Chair, Rule 4.9, maintain active engagement in their assigned facility. In lieu of active engagement, an operator may designate an essential employee to fulfill this function. If such a designation is made, the operator shall notify the BE program of the designated essential employee. During the operator's absence from the facility, all responsibilities remain with the operator. And Mr. Chair, I agree with Annette in the sense that, who's policing this, how do you police it? But I think it's also put in here, and the reason, and it's important to try to remember what reasoning is. And unfortunately, when you come up with these, you have to go to the worst case scenario, not the normal, but the worst, which isn't always the greatest thing. but maybe it's when there is an operator that is living in another state that isn't coming and, fulfilling what they're supposed to be doing, or is very off hands, where there's problem. I'm assuming that that's where that came from, maybe, or that we've had some operators that honestly we know have not been in their facility at all for years, and has had a family member run it. But I don't know, again, going back, like, what does active engagement exactly mean? And it means physically present at the vending facility at least once every 30 days. And the more I think, that's how that came about, is that we've had some operators that have literally been MIA from their facility for years.
This is one of the many eponymous rules that we have, which means it's named after a person who created the need for it. And in this case, I believe it might actually have been Rick at DSCC, because,
The phantom operator.
Huh?
The phantom operator.
The phantom operator, yeah. So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Seth.
could you read the definition again, please, Christie?
Sure. Active engagement means an operator that is the manager of the assigned business operation, and the operator or designee is physically present at a vending facility at least once every 30 days.
So, Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
so then Rule 4.9 is just a repeat of what active engagement already is, because under active engagement, if you have a designee, you're already covered under Rule 4.9. So Rule 4.9 is just redundant.
So, Mr. Chair, you're absolutely right, Seth, but this is a question for legal. I don't think a definition can be necessarily a rule. Can it? Like, we can't eliminate Rule 9, and it just, the definition is defining what active engagement is. There is some redundancy there.
Mr. Chair, I believe,
Well,
I'm sorry.
let Dimitri, if she wants to answer, otherwise, Annette.
So, Mr. Chair, I usually tell people the definition should really just explain what the thing means.
The term.
Yeah, the term, because if you get into a situation where, say, I'll use a different program, for example, like I'll use personal care assistants. If there was a definition in personal care assistants that said, a person's attendant had to be within X amount of, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then they were gonna try and say, take an adverse action against that participant in that program based on a definition, that's not really a rule, it's just defining something. So there does need to be something in the rule that is actionable, whether it's an operator wanting to file a grievance on that aspect or the program, whatever. Definitions really aren't meant for that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Annette, then Yvette.
Okay, I don't know, honestly, if the definition is what's necessary. Because you're reading Rule 4, which is what we always refer to as the operator shall rule. You're reading that rule and you get to this, maintain active engagement. So then you got to go back to the definitions to figure out what that is. Why don't we just in Rule 4 say, shall be present at their facility for, whatever we wanted to say, for at least once over, or have an essential employee do it. It's kind of repetitive.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yvette.
Yeah, the issue with that, and you said it was Rick, that maybe the reason why y'all brought this rule about. Rick did have a designated employee, it was his wife. And I was on that base with him for 17 years. And I would see Rick. Rick was very sick, but his wife was there quite often. So I'm not sure what the issue was, because it said that he can have a designated employee that would be there. So because he wasn't there physically because of his health, does not make his wife not qualified? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Mr. Chair.
Because his wife was there quite often.
Go ahead, Annette.
Yeah, this rule isn't the Rick rule. The Rick rule was the one that
once a
says
year.
you have to see
You have to show up
somebody once a year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I misspoke. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Go ahead, Seth.
Again,
what I was saying is that the Rule 49 states that you have to be active engagement, and if you're not actively engaged, then you have to appoint somebody to actively engage for you, which is the very definition of active engagement. Either you or someone you appoint. That's what I mean by it's redundant. So either like Annette said, just take out active engagement and remove the definition and just have a rule that says you need to be here at least once a month. If you're not here once a month, you need to designate somebody to be.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Annette and Seth, because at the end of the day, because again, if you look at this so many times, you can, now my head's spinning. I'm like, okay, well, active engagement means every 30 days, but then this kind of contradicts it and says that in lieu of that, as long as you have a designee, you're fine. So,
Well, and
exactly what it says.
I think, actually, I mean, the rule should be where what's required is located. The purpose of definitions is primarily for terminology that is used throughout the rules package. For example, active participation. That's used multiple times in multiple rules, so you need to define what that means instead of every time you put it in a rule, you have to describe or use the language that, shows what's required there. That's what this should be about. And
Right.
they're right that
Yep.
this definition doesn't do anything like that. It's the definition is useless.
So, Mr. Chair, what I'm hearing, so everyone's on the same page, we need to eliminate this active engagement definition, but then in the rule, we should also eliminate that definition, or that saying, active engagement, and just state to Seth's point, operator needs to be present or have a designated or essential employee to fulfill the function, right? Is that what you're suggesting, right?
Basically, that's what the definition is.
Yep, and just take out the word active engagement, which people would be like, well, what is active engagement? Take that word out, and that eliminates that.
There you go. Yay! We did something. What'd you say?
I said, does somebody agree with me?
Especially a whole room of
Yeah, are you guys sick?
Okay, so next definition, Mr. Chair. Oh, please, can I skip the next one?
Just tell us what it, you don't have to read it, just say what it is.
Active participation.
It's the best of all the rules.
Means meaningful collaboration on major administrative decisions and policy and program development decisions affecting overall administration of Ohio's vending facility program between BSVI and the Ohio Vendors Representative Committee. So, this is the time, Mr. Chair, can I bring something else up? So, there was a committee of BEP directors statewide that came up with they looked at West Virginia, Utah, and ours that were approved by RSA. And they came up with a proposed, here's an example of what a rules package. That is currently at RSA, and I don't know how long they've had it. And it was just kind of like a guide map of what we know will pass through them. And I would like to be able to share, I would really like to skip this one and be able to share with the whole entire committee, and I can look for it, what other states' active participation or what RSA is approved. I think it should, I don't think it should necessarily be, it should be pretty standardized. You have that?
Got it up right now.
Look, Sally Nunes is so good.
Go today.
You're saying there's one out there that's better than this one?
Mr. Chair, possibly.
Okay.
How come I mixed yourself?
Oh,
Oh, you're still looking.
I'm looking for that particular. Oh,
talk to us. Anyone have good plans for the weekend?
Isn't there one that Terry Smith wrote at one point that a lot of
Yes,
states used?
Mr. Chair.
And isn't this a derivation of that?
sorta.
Yeah.
Sally found it.
Mr. Chair, active participation means a process through which the Committee of Blind Vendors is provided the opportunity to exert a major influence on program policies, standards, and procedures affecting the overall operation of the vending facility program, with the commissioner having final responsibility for the administration of the program.
No.
And Mr. Chair, that's from the National Association of Blind Merchants. And I think that there was some from Utah and the rest of them.
Is
Mr.
the Bureau,
Chair.
is the Bureau unhappy with our definition?
Mr. Chair, I'm not. I just thought, no.
Go ahead, Annette.
Mr. Chair, I am a member of the board of the National Association of Blind Merchants, and I will say, I don't like that. I like ours better.
And Mr. Chair, I got to go back to that TAC too. Maybe it has something in there. But right now, I'm not upset about ours. I don't think that that is necessarily an issue.
Mr. Chair?
And it's very unlikely it'll ever be litigated.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
tell you what I don't like. I don't like that it seems one-sided. It gives the opportunity for the committee, elected committee of blind vendors.
Yeah.
What our rule does is collaboration. It's a joint effort between two. It's not one entity giving permission per se for another entity to be allowed to act. Our rule says both entities have to, it's not just the OVRC that actively participates, it's the Bureau that we're both obligated to do it. It's an equal footing. And yes, later on in the rules, the thing about the commissioner, or what we would refer to as the director, gets final say. We all know that, we don't like it, but we know it. But that doesn't belong in the definition.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Can I go on to the next
Yeah,
definition?
please, yeah.
Blind has the same definition as in Division B of Section 3304.28 of the revised code. Individual who's blind means a person whose central visual acuity does not exceed 20, 200 in the better eye.
That's not one we need to change or even
Okay.
can change, yeah.
Okay. The next one I think is fine. E, Bureau of Services for the Visually Impaired, or Bureau, BSVI, means the designated state licensing agency housed within Opportunities for Ohioans with Disabilities, agency responsible for implementing the provisions of the Randolph-Shepard Act and its amendments and sections. I think that's fine, right? F, Bureau Grantor Agreement, BGA, means the signed agreement between BSVI and grantor for a facility. Should it say facility and or site?
Or site.
What do
Mr.
you
Chair, I think it should say facility or site, because we have a definite, unless we change, which we're not going to probably.
Yeah, there's
It should say site as well, because we do have BGAs that cover
just sites.
sites.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Seth.
could we just change it to any determined suitable vending area within the state of Ohio?
Mr. Chair, I don't,
No, I think that's too nebulous. I think it is,
Facility or site covered.
yeah, facility site is more to the point.
yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that a BGA is always either a facility or site. And it's tied to a facility or site with a specific address or addresses.
Read it again.
Bureau Grantor Agreement, BGA, means the signed agreement between BSVI and grantor for a facility or site.
I'd probably make them plural. I would say facilities and sites. But that's a legal question.
That is. Can I, Mr. Chair, can I go on?
Yes, please.
G, Bureau Grantor, Bureau Operator Agreement, BOA, means a signed agreement between BSVI and an operator assigning them to a facility.
Awkward.
I think it's
Mr.
awkward.
Chair.
Yeah.
You want to add or site or something like that too? Or just-
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there I wouldn't believe that we would need or site, because if we are assigned something, unless it's a temporary,
That's
the
right.
site is part of the facility.
That's right.
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Seth?
If a BOA is only executed once everything is met, then shouldn't we use licensee as opposed to operator? Because a licensee is just a licensee, whereas an operator has a TBOA or BOA.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, a signed agreement between BSVI and a licensee assigned to a facility, instead of assigning them to a facility, assigned to a facility. Okay. H, business consultant means the BSVI employee assigned to provide occasional consulting directly to an operator in an effort to maximize efficiency, income, and performance.
I don't have a problem with that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Is there anywhere else in the rule where business consultant even shows up?
yeah, that's an interesting question.
Mr. Chair, yes, it would be like for the transitions and things like
Okay.
that. we could
Yeah.
reference.
Well, I think it just says maybe it does say consultant in Rule 7, but
We have a lot, Mr. Chair, we have a lot on the line right now, and they work very hard, so.
they do. We want to give them their due.
Well, we can give them more responsibilities in the definition if they want them.
They're like crispy shush. Mr. Chair, business enterprise area manager means the BSVI employee who reports directly to the BE program manager of BSVI or the director's designee and is the principal field manager for the BE program in an assigned area of the state.
Orville, Sally?
We could give them more too, Mr. Chair.
J, business enterprise program means the program within BSVI responsible for training, licensing, regulating, and supporting operators, purchasing equipment and initial inventory, which again, yes, we are responsible for purchasing initial inventory.
Initial, yeah.
Yep. Negotiating and entering into bureau grantor agreements, agreements with operators, comma, and settlement agreements, comma, and that performs all other functions necessary to operate the program.
Should there be references to USC 20 and CFR 395 and OCR 3304 and or not?
So, Mr. Chair, and I don't know what this legal feels like, and this is one of the things that the previous legal counsel, I think it needs to be, while it's all steeped in law, I don't necessarily want to reference the law on these definitions, because then they'll say they're not necessary. We just need to tell everyone, business enterprise program, go see this, go see that.
Yeah.
And so I think it's cleaner just to have these rules the way they are. They do have to, not contradict law, but I don't want to necessarily reference all the law, because then people will say, and even JCAR and the CSI, well, it's redundant that it's in 2 or 3 places.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
My question would be, why those specific things? I'm trying to figure out what the priority was in listing, providing initial inventory, but it doesn't mention anything about equipment.
It does.
Oh, did it? I'm sorry, I misheard it.
Purchasing
then.
equipment and
Okay.
initial inventory.
My fault. Or training, or, there was, I'm trying to figure out why those specific things are mentioned, settlement agreements. And they're all important,
Yeah, I mean,
and they're all of what part,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
part of what, obviously the program is. But I'm trying to see if there's anything else that needs highlighted, or do we need to highlight things and simply say the program that's responsible for carrying out. And this is where Derek, I think, was going, the provisions of,
Well, no, I'm going to, you already have a rule that outlines everything you're supposed to do per our rules, but we also have a bunch of laws that really outline what you're supposed to do, and in the definition, I think you should just say the program that carries out X, Y, and Z and list the laws. And then if
Yeah.
you can enumerate them further, which it does do, there's an entire rule dedicated to enumerating everything that you're supposed to do. You know. I mean, back to the earlier point, that the definition is almost redundant, except that it should be there and it should say what your authority is, and that comes from the law. I think. I could be wrong about that, but just listing some of them and not all of them in the definition seems like not a good definition.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Seth?
much like Dimitri said, it should be, the Bureau is the state licensing agency created under this. And no need to enumerate because again, like you
Yep.
said, we have a law, we have a rule later of the Bureau's responsibilities.
I like it, Mr. Chair, I like it. So I have here, ask legal to fix.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Are you allowed to delegate to legal, or
No.
does legal delegate to you? How's that work? What's the power dynamic here?
Mr. Chair, I have no power, I'm just taking it.
Okay, BE Program Manager. Means the BSVI staff person who reports directly to the Deputy Director of BSVI, who directs and monitors the operation of the Business Enterprise Program, its staff, and its funds statewide.
I think you should write a new definition and bring it back next meeting.
I agree.
Okay, L. Business Enterprise Rules. Why do we have this? Means the complete set of administrative rules governing the Business Enterprise Program, which have been promulgated in accordance with the section of 119.03 of the Ohio Revised Code. Like, to your point earlier, guys, like, is this somewhere in a rule?
Rule 4.
Rule 4?
Or at Rule 10. Rule 10's the big one. Mr. Chair, I'm speaking.
Yeah, go ahead. No, we're fine.
I'm sorry.
We're
Rule
a little
10,
more relaxed now.
where it refers to a pattern of not following the rules. But it may say not following the provisions of 3304-121, which would be the same thing. But I know that's where there is a reference to to get put on a PIP, you have to have a pattern of not following the rules.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Seth?
how about BE rules are Ohio Administrative Code 3304-121 through 1 through what, 10, 9?
1 to 14.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Seth, we have homework for you.
John?
We're gonna send you home with all the rules.
If I can correct one thing that said there.
Uh-oh.
I was put on a PIP for one complaint letter. When we decided not to pay colleges commission anymore, Mr. Al Brown wrote a letter to the state at that point saying he wanted us out because the vending machines were empty and everything in the vending machines was out of date. The day after our Bechtel wrote a report that said my machines were immaculate. At which point I was put on a PIP immediately with one letter. And if you read my file, my PIP said that I disagreed with everything that was in the letter. I would continue filling the machines, everything would be working, and I would do absolutely nothing different. But it only took one letter to put me on a PIP.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, no.
The only thing I'll say, since you said you were correcting me, was when Barb Bechtel here, this rule wasn't even in place. So,
It certainly was.
well, not
Okay,
the pattern.
Maybe Lisa Taylor, but
Yeah.
whenever I was put on a PIP, it was done with one complaint letter.
Yeah, and that doesn't make me wrong, it makes them wrong
Yep.
for doing it to you if there wasn't a pattern.
Mr. Chair?
Maybe.
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 I'm getting it out, but anyway. Criminal activity means a conviction of plea or of guilty or no contest to, or a judicial finding of any jurisdiction of a felony or misdemeanor or a crime involving fraud or deceit in procuring or attempting to procure a license as defined in 3304-12102 Appendix A. And Mr. Chair, my question about that is this necessary if, going back to what Seth was saying, it's already in a rule, it's in the appendix. Let me look at, I think it's based off of like who we can bring into the program. And you know, again, I look at these rules every single day, and yeah, a thing came up with a trainee that we're having issues getting a drug tests. And again, it's like, why are we doing drug testing? Like, if it's a specific building or a base that requires it, you do it then. Like, why? Why? Like, let's skip it. And then I'm like, nope, we have to do it. It's in the rules. And it might even be in the CFR. I got to go check.
Well, is the reason the definition of crime is in there is because it is in subsequent rules where it talks about removal from a facility or removal of or revocation of license?
Mr. Chair,
Seth?
it's based on Ohio Revised Code 119 something, and it is under the removal. When BSVI director can remove for crimes outlined in, I think it's ORC 119.
Mr. Chair, it's also in Rule
It's also-
3, which I know we're gonna fix, but one of the things that can disqualify somebody for eligibility for bidding on a facility is the use of, if I remember correct, criminal activity in the process of applying for a facility. I think it's in there.
Well, it's also in the rule about revoking a license.
License, yes.
Mr. Chair, it's
So-
also in Rule 6.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
It's all
so
over the
it's-
rules.
Yeah, so we gotta have a
Keeping that.
definition,
Absolutely.
yeah.
It is all over the rules.
N, designee means a person authorized to carry out a responsibility or task.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Designee means a person authorized to carry out a responsibility or task.
Well, that's a term that's all over the rules
It
too.
is.
O, discipline means a denial, revocation, or suspension of a license.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I've always hated that. That's, I mean, it's, because then later on when it talks about taking away your VOA, it says, well, but this isn't discipline.
Yep.
Well, pardon me, but what the hell is it? You're losing your job. It's discipline. I've never understood why this was in there. To me, that's just goofy.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Seth.
my personal opinion on it is in there for exactly what you're saying in performance improvement plans where those can be considered discipline. And that's why we have a definition that states it's only revocation, removal, or whatever. There are three things in there, and those are only discipline and performance improvement plans, taking away TPOAs without a clear reason, those can still happen.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so Seth, you're saying you think it's necessary or it's redundant?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
truthfully, I've never really thought much on this rule. I was just offering opinion to Annette's statement that she wasn't sure why it was in there. And that just seems to be the most clear reasoning.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
In rule, I believe it's Rule 6, where it talks about the BOA, and it has a whole list of stuff that can terminate a BOA. And some of them are just the facility closes or the operator resigns or something. They're not, but some of them are bad, and it talks about the immediate suspension of a BOA. This refers to a license per se. You go and you suspend somebody's BOA for the horrible things it has listed there, clear and present dangers and, all that stuff. That's discipline. I mean, you're disciplining somebody. You're causing, you want to say a punishment or something, but you're taking away the privilege of running a facility because of the actions that are being alleged to the operator. So I don't understand why we refer to discipline as only the license. I do get what Steph's saying about the PIP. The PIP shouldn't be considered discipline until it's failed. Then your discipline is you lose your BOA at that point. The PIP itself shouldn't be. That should be in the auspices of trying to help an operator.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so discipline's only in here 2 other times other than the definitions. The first one is in Rule 6, where it, like you're talking about, says shall not be considered discipline. And then the second one is also 6, E5, and it says has pending discipline. So we could always maybe add what we're, instead of discipline, saying what we mean there.
Yep.
Instead of.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Chair, I suggest we say, put a pin in this and come back to it, because I'm confused too on why it's necessary if it's defined later on, and what is considered discipline, what is not, what, you know.
Is it, Mr. Chair, it's not defined later, but we could define it since it's really only in there one other time. We could define it at that one point where it says has pending discipline. So we could just say what we mean by discipline at that point in Rule 6.
I agree. Mr. Chair, I agree. At that point, we would just say has
Absolutely.
pending, suspension, revocation, or, because that's what we're referring to there, of the license.
And if you want to go back and ask your attorneys why they think it might be there, there might be a reason we've not thought of. And if there is, we'll talk about it. And if there's not, we're done.
I agree with what you said.
Uh-oh.
Christy, a little more enthusiasm. Come on.
This has been like the easiest meeting we've had all year.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to the restroom and you can take over.
Letter P.
Oh, displaced operator. Yay!
Well, this is Sally's favorite anyway, displaced operator.
She can.
Mhm. Displaced operator means an operator whose permanent facility has been permanently closed, temporarily closed, or whose net facility sales have been temporarily reduced by at least 50% for more than 2 weeks due to remodeling or by extraneous circumstances such as strike or disaster. Should a facility be permanently closed, the operator shall be considered displaced for only 6 months after a closure. A displaced operator may receive a fair minimum return payment.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
This is not a definition. This is a rule. So what we need to do is take this and plop it somewhere else in the rules and get it out of definition.
Agreed.
I don't know.
Or at least
I-
take those last sentence or 2 out of it.
Yeah, I just don't see where that belongs. Somewhere in the rule, we need to define, or we need to say who qualifies in the process of, how you get the stipend and why you're considered displaced.
I don't think it's even used anywhere else in the rules.
Yeah, because we do the whole thing here. I think in Rule 3, when it comes to referring to, maybe you take someone into consideration if they're displaced for a temp or something, it might mention it there. You take that into consideration, but it's not, there's nowhere else it's very, I'm trying to think what rule to
Seth.
put it in now.
I'm sorry, were you done in it,
I am now, yes.
Mr. Chair? My question is, the difference in definitions between net and gross sales. If someone drops by 50% gross, at some point in time, that person is going to lay off of work or do something else that's going to increase their net sales. So they may drop 50% in gross sales, but still not drop 50% in net because they're cutting costs other places. Is this something that should be, quote unquote, held against an operator by going by net as opposed to gross sales? Because gross sales are gross sales. They have no you have no way to fiddle with your gross sales. They are what they are. Your net sales, you can pay people less, you can lay people off, you can stop using your vehicle. There's ways to raise your net even while losing 50% of your gross. So my question is, should this be a 50% reduction in gross sales as opposed to net proceeds?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think because it says sales instead of proceeds, it's fine, because it is the actual sales. Because you're right, if we tried to do it based on net proceeds, that would be, yeah, operators trying to get it all the time. Because they would, do stuff, well, I'll hire another worker and then I'll be qualified for the stipend. I'll do less work and get more money. Hey, that wouldn't work, but because it says sales, I think it's good.
And also, doesn't it kind of state that the reasons for why the displacement occurs is in, the remodeling or closure, or there was a flood, or there was, whatever.
Mr. Chair.
Which doesn't reflect upon your number of employees or things like that, or whether you have a vehicle or not. Those things only impact sales per se.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
doesn't the definition say 50% of net proceeds?
This is sales.
Or net sales?
Whose net facility sales have been temporarily reduced by at least 50%. I do agree, though, with you, Seth, that I think it should either just say sales or gross sales. I think adding the word net makes it a little confusing, just my opinion.
Well, I think that's a term that applies to sales minus sales tax or something crazy. But yeah, it should just say sales.
Mr. Chair, and I'm trying to think what rule to put this in, because I don't believe it does belong in the definitions, but it should belong somewhere. We do want to have a definition of when somebody is eligible for the stipend. And I used the word definition, I shouldn't have, but a description of when somebody is eligible. I'm trying to think what rule.
Contracts rule?
Which rule?
BOA, BGA, BOA rule?
Maybe, yeah, Rule 6.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I was just going to suggest that, just put it as, subsection H under BOA, TBOA. That this is what a displaced operator is, and this is what we do about it.
And then that's language too that probably needs to be cleaned up.
It does.
Oh, no, I'm tired of my voice. Good.
Oh,
Doing good.
got the voice of an angel.
Fallen angel.
A drunk angel. Letter Q, electoral districts means a geographical area from which representatives and alternates of the Ohio Vendors Representative Committee are elected to equitably represent the operators.
We haven't done that forever.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We could probably just add, as defined in Ohio Revised Code 3304, whichever one it is, that states the Bureau's responsibility to have this, and in the Ohio Revised Code, that does state the 7 different areas.
Mr. Chair, I tend to agree. It pretty well says what it is again in Rule 12. It defines what the electoral districts are, and I don't know that it's necessary in the definitions. Because Rule 12 says the state will have 7 electoral districts, and it names what they are, and says that a representative and alternate goes through all of that. So we can probably get rid of this as a definition.
Miss Sally?
Equipment means any item purchased by the Business Enterprise Program that remains the property of the program and does not include items purchased as part of an initial inventory.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think we're going to, and I don't know how to incorporate this, but I think at some point we're going to have to incorporate the supplies, and this equipment is not under $1,000, like the whole RSA stuff. Again, right now we have, I'm going to stop using the word again, I swear, that's going to be the 2025 resolution.
Oh, supplies is defined in letter RR.
The problem is, in that TAC and RSA, while we all fundamentally disagree with it countrywide, It's that, we've always thought of equipment as equipment and supplies like it's a
Paper towels.
But anything under $1,000, equipment is no longer a microwave. It's no longer a singular credit card reader. It's, which we always defined it as equipment before. But then the tax came out and that's now considered a supply. And then when we're getting into it, think about this, guys. When, pretty soon, when licensees are coming through the door and they go to their VR counselor because they have an open case, or we're initially supplying a brand new facility with totes and carts, then that can be moved by the operators are going to be able to own, that becomes their property, no longer our property. That's no longer equipment unless it's over $1,000. I'm just saying, I see issues with this and I don't know how to solve it.
Can you say that again?
See issues with
I'm just kidding. How to solve it. Just being obnoxious.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
You could put, anything over $1,000, but I don't like that because if
It'll change.
RSA turns around and changes, I don't like having the dollar amount in there.
It's not a bad definition in that, you specify owned by the Bureau, and you know what you own and what you don't, regardless of the fluctuations, the vicissitudes of RSA's decisions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
but so Christie, VR would be buying the totes and anything under $1,000 for that operator coming to a new facility. And so that operator can take it, they bid out whatever that dollies or whatever was there, they can take that with them because it would not be the state, am I right?
Correct.
So then we would have to be supplying that over again to whoever else coming in. Or they have to figure out, you got 6 months to, when you go into a new facility, where you all have to buy whatever else, you'd have to keep supplying that over again, right?
So, Mr. Chair, I think in theory and principle, you're absolutely right, but the problem becomes, and like right now, it's not a problem, but we can't use set aside for that. So as long as there's monies you need a pot of money to be able to fund that.
Yes.
Yes, Chris, Sally. I thought for a minute you were the program manager.
I know. Maybe instead of the dollar amount, say equipment means any item purchased with set aside by the business enterprise program.
That's interesting, yeah. Chair, I like that. I knew we let Sally in.
Will there never be a scenario where you've used state funds to purchase something that belongs to the, and I am a bit confused about the supplies. Are supplies being purchased for operators or are supplies being purchased for facilities?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
operators is my understanding. Because you're able to take all that stuff.
So if you purchase a credit card reader for me, it's mine? Or it's the facilities?
Yeah.
Or it belongs to the machine that it's attached to? Or it belongs to Schaefer because it's sitting on their shelf?
So, Mr. Chair, that, again, I understand it one day and then the next day I'm confused.
Yep.
And I really would like the person that's on a cruise to answer that question right now.
Yeah,
She
Amy,
can't.
yeah. And hasn't RSA come around to say that you now can purchase credit card readers?
So, Mr. Chair, the only way we're allowed to purchase credit card readers is part of if one breaks, and we can do it as part of maintenance and repair, we can purchase credit card readers as part of a brand new machine, as part of that quote. A replacement, yes. But let's say we take over a college or university, they have branded that we need all new credit card readers and they're $250 a pop. No, we're not allowed to use.
No, RSA changed their standing on that. They absolutely say you now can to update a machine with a credit card reader, you may now do it that way. Yep, that happened very recently, as a matter of fact, that announcement.
We'll have to research that and get back
Yep,
to you.
yep.
Mr. Chair, wasn't that in one of the we had it over the phone?
Yes. Yeah, that came direct from RSA. That was,
Mr. Chair, Sally, sorry, at first I liked your definition, Sally. Now I don't like it no more because of the state money that came in for the equipment upgrades
Yep.
and all that's not set aside dollars being used.
Oh,
So,
true.
so there is other money that's,
Wah, wah.
yeah.
Put a pin in that one.
put a pin in that
Yeah.
one. Yep.
Next one is facility, means an entity created by the Business Enterprise Program and assigned a unique number that may consist of one or more sites that the Business Enterprise Program reasonably believes will earn enough in sales to independently support a single blind vendor when an operator is awarded a permanent facility.
Very awkward.
Huh?
It is awkward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Seth.
can we use the word facility in the definition of facility?
Yes. Yes, actually.
Sure
we
did.
Dimitri, you're going to be busy.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know how to word this, but a facility is essentially a business that is, at the end of the day, an operator can only have one permanent facility, and it's enough to, what do we always say, sustain, I don't know.
Well, that's something that's not defined. What is a facility? What amount of sales? What amount of net? I mean, that's not defined. I mean, but a facility is,
But not even defining money-wise,
Yeah.
we all know what a facility means here. It's just putting that in words. A facility means that, it's a business. It's a BE turnkey business where it, in essence, it's a good paying job. That's what that means and how that, there's a spectrum of that. We can all argue that. And I know that some states actually do have in their rules, a facility is something that makes more than 150,000 gross, or they have that. And then again, to what Annette was saying earlier, putting numbers in there, and then if, things change, I don't like the numbers, but that's awkwardly worded, and I think it could be simplified. And
Could we,
Certainly can.
Seth,
would you
you're
wanna,
good.
Mr. Chair, add something in there like, a facility is made up of one or more sites that constitutes a business, whatever, fill in the blank,
anything but facility.
right? You can't, that's right, you can't define facility with facility.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
location.
you've,
Location.
For business opportunity.
Mr. Chair?
yeah, Seth.
Being suitable, something like that.
Seth.
You bet. I'm just gonna go the devil's advocate on this and just go the complete opposite way. Why don't we define a facility as any signed BGA between the Bureau and a grantor? Determine the facility.
Because a BGA can have multiple facilities.
It can, but if we allow any operator, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it can, but if we allow any operator to just pick and choose, I don't want this part, I want that part, when they go into a facility, we really don't define what a facility is, an operator does.
Well, we're going to be fixing that anyway. That's going to leave the rule where an operator can just arbitrarily say, I don't want this anymore. I hope that we'll fix that.
So, Mr. Chair, can Seth repeat what his initial, I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
What I was saying is, why not just define a facility as any signed BGA between the Bureau and a grantor as a facility, that is set as a facility, or whatever word you want to use, as opposed to going through all of this, one or more sites or all of that stuff, because we have facility that's one site, so we have facilities that are 10. It goes all over the board, but all of them have assigned BGA.
But I hear you, Seth, but Mr. Chair, I think what we're saying is, and we're having to wrap it around my head, we have one BGA with ODOT, and we have like 29 operators that have individual BOAs, so there's only one BGA. We've got, I don't know, eight operators that are under the DAS with all of theirs, but there's not individual DAS property BGAs, there's just one. So that's where it gets a little confusing, I think.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Or a place that operates under assigned BGA. That doesn't say that it has to be singular or anything, it's just an idea.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
why can't you say a facility is a location that's deemed suitable by, the Bureau, or that would be defined as a facility? I mean, is that just too vague, or what?
I'm sorry, your voice was very soft.
I said, why can't we just say a location that's been deemed suitable by the Bureau as being considered a facility, or a suitable site, or is that just too vague?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think the problem is we're trying to differentiate between what we know of as a facility, a full job for somebody,
Yes.
and a site. But sometimes a site can be a facility. We do that a lot when it comes to temps. So, many of us have had temps that we gave a facility number to. We said it's facility so-and-so, but it's might be one machine somewhere. And we know it's a site, but
Do you want to hear the definition of site?
yeah, site might, because I know that says something along the lines of not enough business to be a facility or something. Go ahead.
Site is a business location suitable for vending, determined to not have sufficient gross sales to exist as an independent facility.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
What if we go back to facility and take out a lot of the confusing parts and say, facility, where the business enterprise program reasonably believes will earn enough in sales to independently support a single blind vendor, which could consist of one or more sites.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
That does work, but once again, it works for what all of us know is a facility. We say, okay, that's a facility, that's a standalone facility, someone can make money there. We all know that. But we also know, like I said, that temps, we consider a temp opportunity a lot of times a facility. We give it a number, we have an operator do separate MORs for it. We are counting that at that point as a facility, even though many of them do not make they eventually become sites.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I totally agree with Annette, and that's why I think the awarded a permanent facility is actually in there, and that's why.
Yes,
That's
there you
exactly
go.
why.
Okay.
And again, we do struggle with this when we're doing the RSA 15, or when anyone asks me, hey Christy, how many facilities do we have right now? And I go to Sally and Amy and they're like, well, we have 101, but 20 are, most likely sites, or 15 are mostly sites, and 5 will be a facility. So you're right, you're absolutely right. So it has to include permanent.
Keep that, yes.
But I don't know how to word it where it's like,
Well,
we need to word it
You don't
more
need,
clear.
you don't need the word permanent, you need the term BOA versus TBOA. A facility is
That's reasonably believes will earn enough money in sales, or maybe we take out reasonably believes, but a facility will earn enough money in sales to independently support a single blind vendor, which is under a Bureau operating agreement.
but then does that mean if it's under a temporary Bureau operator agreement, it's no longer a
It's
facility?
no longer a facility, you don't need to do an MOR, you don't need to pay set aside, you don't need
Or
But then we're back to the problem about it being enough money.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting.
That's why we're here. It's a discussion. Go.
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Okay, then why not change it from enough money to all of that to, facility is a location, determine through active participation by the BE program and the OVRC to be large enough to be a facility and assigned under a BOA, and then change the site to basically the same thing. Under active participation between us and you, that it is a site as opposed to a facility.
Did you just use facility in your definition of facility?
Inside I did.
You used it in facility too.
You used it in facility.
I didn't write the definition.
Yeah.
And one other thing.
Yep.
One other thing, facility.
So, Mr. Chair, again, this
Work
is
on that.
proving to be it's not easy. This rule process has never been easy.
Well, I think your attorney can make a good crack at it probably at some point.
So instead of pen, I'm just going to put attorney.
She's very good with language, and we know what a facility is, and I think she has a good concept of what facility is, and I'll bet she can come up with some solid language.
No pressure.
I'll do my best, Mr. Chair.
Lots of pressure.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Facility announcement is a notice announcing a current or forthcoming permanent operator position available in an existing or newly developed BE facility.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I don't believe that's necessary. In Rule 3, we pretty well tell what's all in an announcement.
Yep.
We say one comes out. I don't think we have to,
Yep. And it doesn't show up in 14 rules.
yeah, it's in one place. We say what it is there, because we actually spill out everything that belongs in one.
Literally,
Yes.
line by line.
Yeah, so,
It's probably the most detailed thing in the rules is description of facility announcement.
Federal fiscal year means the time period beginning October 1st and ending September 30th.
Cool.
Federal property is property as defined in 34 CFR 395.1G, as published in the July 1st, 2015 Code of Federal Regulations.
Cool.
Governmental property has the same definition as Division C of Section 3304.28 of the revised code.
Is it actually necessary to define those things? I mean, if you cite it in the rule, is it necessary to cite it in the definition? I don't know. Why hasn't JCAR ever said, wait a minute, that's redundant?
Mr. Chair?
Or does it not matter? It probably doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Is there anywhere where it actually talks about federal versus, in the rules? Obviously in the laws it does. In the rule, do we differentiate? I can't think of a place where we do in the administrative code. Differentiate and say, okay, this is on federal property, this is government property.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
under our definitions for our MOR, the writing off of federal income for, like I was referring to earlier, when we take the income from a third party if we're not on federal property. So it's referenced in our MOR definitions as to one thing that we have to write off is federal property, income from federal property when we're taking it from other places that are operating with it without us there.
And Mr. Chair, it's also in Rule 3B2, it says whether the facility or site is on governmental property, federal property, or non-priority property.
Oh, that's weird.
But that's the only.
Do we have any operators currently that are collecting federal income, vending machine income? We don't, do we?
Well, that third party.
Huh?
No.
No, what Seth's referring to is federal vending machine income. And I don't think we have anybody that's collecting that currently, do we? I think the last,
What about like how Dwayne third parties?
no, that's not.
I'm not
fe-
understanding then.
Federal,
It's fine.
well, federal vending machine income is like what we get from Elkton.
Oh,
those are vending machines that are operated by somebody else and they pay. But if somebody was operating, like at Right Pat, the last place I can remember somebody getting federal vending machine income was at Right Pat. Before we had the vending machines there were a couple of our operators running coffee kiosks out there. Well, actually Lenny got it too. But yeah, there was a big, huge check. It was like $150,000 a year or something, and it got split up between 2 or 3 operators, but we don't currently have any of that going on. The federal vending machine income we collect comes directly to the program and not to an operator, because we don't have any operators assigned to NASA or Elkton. It was just curiosity. It doesn't matter. I was just curious. Anyway.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we can fix this and take these out of there, and then in Rule 3, which is the only place it's located, just say, define whether it's on federal, state, or private property. I mean, people know what that means. I don't know that we need to define it.
So take out federal property and governmental
Yes.
property? Okay.
I think so. I don't see a need for it.
Grantor means the person or entity who is responsible for the property supporting a BE facility.
Wait, I'm sorry, I have to go back to,
okay.
I have to go back to that one. In the descriptions of facilities, I think it is important to note whether it's on federal or state or county or city or private property. I do think that's
Yes.
important to be there.
Mr. Chair? Yes, I agree.
Okay.
But I don't know that we need to define what all of those are.
Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely.
I think Seth.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth.
Well, I guess my only suggestion would be, I agree with you that there needs to be a differentiation there because there are different rules that govern different ones. So you have different federal rules than you do state rules, and of course we have no rules in counties.
We have no rules where?
In counties, we have no
law,
right to be on the county property, so there's no rules, so we have to, there's no written rules in the law of what we have to follow to be there. Whereas there is for federal and state.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
If we're going to grantor, I don't like the word person. None of our grantors are people. They're all entities. We have a contact person that represents the grantor, but the person who is our contact person is not the grantor.
True that.
True that.
True that. Did you make a note? Next.
Initial inventory are the products, both consumable and non-consumable, that are identified and purchased by the BE program to facilitate the opening of a new facility or site. Initial inventory does not include lottery tickets, and any purchase of lottery tickets is governed exclusively by an agreement between the operator and the Ohio Lottery Commission.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't think we should, and this is not popular, but I don't believe we should be doing initial inventories for sites. I think that's one of the things we'll talk about when we do inventories and try and figure out how to lower our
Expenditure.
expenditures for those, for initial inventories, but there's nothing in the federal law that says that when somebody adds something to their facility, has decided that we have to give them more initial inventory for that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I be the devil's advocate?
I know what you're gonna say.
You know, I agree with you in that if someone's picking up like a, 2 machines here or there, but like look at what we're trying to do, and Orville told me, we put all those sites out at Chillicothe. No one picked them up. Not sure if we're gonna repost one more time and try it. But if there's a lot of sites and we're trying to entice people to pick up with sites and they can't, the reason they don't is because they can't afford. And if there's multiple sites, I'm not talking 1 or 2 and, a total of 4 machines. But if you have an area where there are, yeah, it's gonna cost a couple $1,000 to take on all of these sites that you put in for. And that's the other thing that I would hate also for this area where someone's like, okay, I'm gonna just pick up 2 of these because I can only afford to put 2 of these, I can only afford inventory for 2 of these sites, so therefore I'm not even gonna pick up the other 3. That's all I say. There's some complexities there.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
according to the one RSA call I was on, my understanding was that the change in a facility is the start of a new 6-month period. And that's RSA stance on it. That's the start of a new 6-month period if you have a substantial change to the facility. So adding a site to me is a substantial change to a facility. So I think we should be doing the inventory for that, and I think it's okay by RSA by that meeting I was in with them. Granted, it's only one, but.
So, Mr. Chair, yeah, I do have, I'm with Annette totally 100% that if someone's picking up a site that has 2 machines, it shouldn't start the clock over for 6 months and that there's all this money that gets poured into it. I agree wholeheartedly. It's what happens when we put out multiple sites, or if there's a site that, as things go, that you might have a site that has 15, 20 machines that maybe was once a facility, a low performing facility, that now is a site. Is it realistic for someone to have the capital to go in there? And then the question is, okay, can we just start the clock over that that's considered substantial? And then do we need a definition of what is a substantial site?
Well, and you're also getting into the bigger inventory discussion. Presumably, if I take on a site, it's already got stuff in the machines, I should hope. Huh?
A new site.
Well, is that what Annette, I don't think that's necessarily what Annette's referring to. I think she's referring to any time. But when there is a new site, a new site usually is temped before it's put out. Usually, not always, but most of the time. And in that case, it would absolutely be required by law for the Bureau to provide the initial inventory for empty machines that have never been operated by anybody. That's certainly the case.
Mr. Chair, I think that it gets into the whole inventory thing.
Yep,
At
it
first,
does.
when I read this, I'm like, oh, initial inventory, that's good. It has nothing to do with the whole inventory. That could stand as is, but it totally directly relates
Yep.
to it.
Yep. It is 22 minutes till 3. I want to make sure that nobody has other issues they want to bring up while we still have some time. If there's anything else, any more site attachments or.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Orville.
Chillicothe sites, nobody put in for it.
Yep.
Can we just put it back out as a site announcement and give it another try, or what are your thoughts? Maybe.
Well, and this is the one that Dan wants rid of, right? Dan Hall wants this detached from his facility, and they really don't look like good numbers. And I mean, I don't have a preference either way. I suspected nobody would want to temp it nor have it attached to their facility because there's nobody even close. And the person that is closest didn't want anything. Mark Wood, his Fayette County facility is actually the very closest thing to it. He doesn't want it, so I don't know. It can't hurt to put it out again unless Dan Hall wants out today. And whatever other people think too matters.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Seth.
You refresh my memory, are these all put out separately or is it put out as a larger group?
As a, Mr. Chair, it was all put out together.
Mr. Chair, may I suggest you do it separately, see if people are interested in individuals as opposed to the whole?
Oh,
It's all
the problem there is that these are all on one campus in Chillicothe. So separating them out's not going to change the calculus of there's nobody even close to the campus. So
Mr. Chair.
if nobody wants them all together, nobody wants them individually either.
And Mr. Chair, there's 2 ODOT sites.
Yeah.
And possibly we could remove those too, and then add the college sites together.
Yep. I mean, you can put them back out. The question is, how bad does Dan Hall want out of them? But I mean, I don't see any scenario where anybody's going to bid on any of those things. I mean, we asked practically everybody in the state, do you want to temp it? And they no, and nobody even came close to bidding on it. They're just so remote. I wish we could hang on to them, see if maybe when we do the secondary highways, but that's not going to happen for more than a year. So they won't be useful for that endeavor either.
Mr. Chair?
Can't hurt to put them back out unless it'll cause Dan a problem. Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Would this be if nobody does bid on them? And I don't care if they go back out a second time. I don't think the results will be any different, but if we want to try. But would there be any means of doing something like Universal or, kind of subcontracting these if we wanted to try and hold on to them? I don't know. I don't know if Universal is interested in that or another third party if we know of somebody else to go in and subcontract them.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
I
Yvette.
believe it's a good idea to take the ODOT off of the, and put them out together and then have the college lot sale. So we can get interest.
Mr. Chair, that's what we did with all that Youngstown stuff at one point. And this isn't federal, so we'd be allowed to do it.
Do we know how badly Dan wants out of it?
Mr. Chair, Dan, he does want out.
He wants out now, yeah. So, I personally don't see any reason to prolong that. He has good reasons for not wanting to do it. I would hate to see him have to continue to do it if it's not necessary. If you repost it today, how long do these things go out?
21 days.
21? Yeah. That's something else that needs to change in the rules.
Yes.
Yep.
Johnny Mac, we have an opportunity for you. No.
You shouldn't have said it while she was here.
Well, and it's ready to go. If all you have to do is separate the university from the two ODOT places, can you get it out today?
Mr. Chair, it'll probably be next week, Tuesday.
Oh, okay. I would say if Dan's okay waiting another month, fine. And if Dan really wants out, I don't think we should force him to continue to do it under these circumstances. I don't think the outcome will be any different posting it. So my suggestion would be to leave it up to Dan.
All right, Mr. Chair. And I get with local.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if Dan wants out tomorrow, maybe we do research. I know Vicki was very good at it. Research Universal, I think that's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
And see if they want to do that, and then that would be part of our, so for the federal, like what Dwayne does, it has to be assigned to an operator. For state property, it can be part of the unassigned income.
Correct.
Okay, quarter till. Any more topics?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
where are we? I know we're planning on going there, but I've seen zero talks or heard anything about University of Toledo. I know we're budgeted to go there next summer, but where are we with that? Do we have an agreement of any kind?
Mr. Chair, UT has become non-responsive, so I've asked Demi on her next call with UT to address that with their attorney.
Okay. And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what about Owens? The last meeting, we talked about writing a letter and responding to them.
Yep, Mr. Chair, I have not done that, but I will put it
Okay.
on my list, and I'll get that out. And Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that, again, what we're going to say is we're going to offer alternatives to their grill, and that we want to sit down with them and, have a conversation about alternatives.
Please, yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if you could send me, when you do write that, if you could send me and Dwayne your draft.
Yep.
I'd love to see it.
All right, if there's nothing else, meeting is adjourned.